Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use.
I've been talking about that dude that hated black women and demeaned black women, and his white lab rat shot him in his chest. Lab rat is our new term for unruly, inappropriate white women. Lab rat. He said he didn't want nothing to do with no cocoa bunnies, and his life for a lab rat, and she shot him in the chest. And I was saying slick shit about that. And then there was this image of Eddie Murphy standing in a cafe or a public space, and his wife was hugging him from behind, like hugged up on him. And everybody, all the brothers was in the comments talking about, yeah, Eddie Murphy don't have to deal with stereotypical shit. Oh yeah, somebody, because he has a young white blonde lab rat, Aryan lab rat, don't have to worry about being asked for nail and hair money and just saying reckless shit, instead of Eddie Murphy enjoy his life, what he worked so hard for, you know, what he worked so hard and use his immense talent, just projecting. Because I ain't said nothing reckless about Eddie Murphy. You know, I don't get on nobody about who they go to town on, who they lay up with. That I don't get caught up in that. Y'all leave that to Dr. Fubar, you know, because people in content relationships don't tend to trip off of other people's relationship. I think if Dr. Fubar could find his queen, or go re-establish his relationship with his one or more baby mamas, I think he would be less inclined to go at the rest of y'all. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, I had said that, you know, look at the guys in the comments. I didn't say nothing about Eddie and his lab rat, but I said, look at the guys in the comments. So when they get taken out, when the police or the lab rat take them out prematurely, we can mock and demean them because they online creating a public record of their hatred of African women. And people are like, man, you talking about all this mess. Get back to talking about serious stuff. Talking about who's with who.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
For you to tell black women to that procreate with black men, which my son is a black male, to go and abort their black boys is absolutely ludicrous. Because if you have ever had to terminate your pregnancy, which I have because I'm disabled, and it was the most gut-wrenching thing I've ever gone through, you don't know what that feels like and what it does to a person. So for you to go through and spread to the masses,
how does it feel to be left a single mother where the man tells you, I'm not going to raise my child at all, and you got to take responsibility? How gut-wrenching?
I am a single mother, okay? And I am raising my son alone. And I'm a single mother because my son's father was murdered, okay? So I do know what it is to be a single mother and to raise my son alone. So you don't sit here and
psychologically damaging now than abortion. People get abortions all day, every day. Stop it.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do have abortions every day and all day. And if you've never gone through it, you don't know what it's like to go through and have that and to go through the trauma, because it's traumatic.
And you can't speak for every woman. It's not traumatic for every woman.
And neither can you. Have you had one?
I don't need to have one to know that it's not traumatic for every woman. It's not.
Well, if you've never gone through it, then don't speak on something you can't attest to.
No, actually, I can't speak on it. I worked at an abortion clinic where
then you should know. If you've worked at an abortion clinic, then you should know. When you walk up those doors, you've got people with signs and everything else protesting, and they don't even know why you're there. Okay, it is a very traumatic experience, and it is nothing that you should promote. It should be somebody else's personal experience if they want to go through it. But for you to sit up there and to tell people when you've not walked a day in their shoes that they should sit up there and throw away their kids when you have not gone through it yourself is the most hypocrite thing that I have ever heard in my life.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not. No, it's not. telling a woman that she needs to be a single mother and go through the hardship of being a single mother in poverty, you're wrong for telling them
Who's
that.
to say that they would be in poverty?
Do what's best for them.
You're talking about two things that I have experienced myself: being a single mother of a black male and have terminated my pregnancy. I have done both. So you're speaking to somebody who has raised her child alone and is going to school to be a doctor. Okay, so to tell me my son is a dusty is bull.
If you had gotten an abortion, and if it would have been much easier to do that if you had gotten an abortion. Keep it a buck. You will not have
what would have been
as
more
hard as
easier if
you
I would have
did
gotten
if
an
you would have
abortion?
terminated your pregnancy. Stop it.
Say that again.
And you wouldn't have struggled as much going to school if you had gotten an abortion. It would have been a lot easier on you. Keep it a buck. You struggled.
My son is going to school.
You did
my son, are you listening? Be quiet for a second so you can hear what people are saying. My son is going to school, to medical school. He is going to school to be a doctor. And I did that.
Okay, so what's your point?
And I did that because his father was murdered. Listen, open up your ears and
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You met maybe a lot of black men who are cuckoo and ray-ray, or stupid, or not good with their son or their daughter, but you have not met all black men. There's many black men who are basically great father and great protector, and they are married to black women. Sorry, but Cynthia, you don't have that voice. Until you show me that you've met every black man in this world and you could show me that, you have nothing to show with that part.
All right. Thank you, Stan. So Tim is saying that you have to meet every single black man to be able to talk.
I actually don't. And regardless to how much he cries, he can say, I don't have the power to classify all black men. But as a womb holder, I have the power to determine whether or not a black man passes through my womb. I do have that power, as does every black woman. So you can whine, cry, and complain and talk about how much power we don't have. But understand we have power to eradicate you or bring you here. We do have that power. And that's called a godlike power. So we're your creator because you already know, and that's why you're up here triggered. If we decide to stop giving birth to you, there's nothing that your God can do. There's nothing that anybody can do because black women make the decision whether black men are birthed or not. It just is what it is. You can be mad at it if you want to. You can say the man carried the seed. Okay, so go put your seed in a black man. Go put your seed in a black man's pussy and tell him to shit the baby out.
I'm sorry. Wait, Timus, I have to come back to what you just said. Wait, Timus,
That's inappropriate, but go ahead, Stan.
Wait. Cynthia, by the same token, if it wasn't for a seed, you wouldn't bring a kid or somebody in this world. You can't create something without the seed of a man and everything.
Go research parthenogenesis. Go research parthenogenesis.
Research and everything because you don't know biology, I guess.
Tiff, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to try to be as respectful as possible. Yes. Because the conversation has been highly disrespectful. I don't have stats. I don't care what the stats are. I am a mother to a black son. Do black men have areas of opportunity? Yes. But do most black women have the capacity to go and find out the sex before they go and abort? Or are we going to just abort our way out to existence? Because the sector does not at this point live up to expectations. Do black men need to grow? Yes. But I don't think hollering to the heavens, especially on a black man's channel. So clearly all black men are not awful because you are black, correct, Themis?
Yes.
And you are holding space for black women, even our guests, correct, Themis?
Yes.
So all black men do not deserve to be aborted, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Masa. Biff my 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 masa.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem.
You know what's the problem?
Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race, okay?
That's true.
And finding a white man, you're not.
You know why y'all do that? Y'all do that and go make it look pretty, right?
And we having a time of our lives.
You is. But the moment all that glamour run out, that feel ain't there, that culture ain't there, that hug ain't there, that hawking figure of a black man ain't there. So you know what y'all do?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Attest that we sometimes have that resting bitch face. Get rid of it, because that's going to immediately intimidate a white guy to be like, oh yeah, no, never mind, she's probably not even interested or don't even want to be bothered. Crack a smile, a little wink, or a little flirtatious type of motion or gesture. That is going to get his attention, baby. Do not be afraid to speak first. Say hello. Hello does not hurt anybody. Actually, believe it or not, sometimes a hello can go a long way. You make somebody's day sometimes by just saying hello.
You have a white boyfriend, do not use the N-bomb in front of him. If you're in his company, don't use the word. And she was like, Keena, I use the word, so he think he can use the word. And I'm like, he think he can use the word.
Deliver it. And also question your partner if he has opposing views on something as a black woman that you are very passionate about. You want to hear more about that? Get my book, A White Man's Whore. One of the keys of keeping a healthy relationship with a man or keeping a man is to keep the peace. Be his peace. Have this kind of atmosphere where if you're around him, he knows it's peace.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I mean, no, I'm probably not going to marry a black man, but I mean, I can still talk.
Oh, wait, you said probably, so there's hope. You haven't divested.
I have divested.
Okay, so why didn't you say I won't marry a black man? You said I probably won't.
You have to make yourself into the kind of man that women want.
You sound like Kevin Samuels.
How?
You're literally saying what he says. You have to make yourself the type of woman that these type of men want.
No.
So what's the difference?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I've been talking about that dude that hated black women and demeaned black women, and his white lab rat shot him in his chest. Lab rat is our new term for unruly, inappropriate white women. Lab rat, he said he didn't want nothing to do with no cocoa bunnies, and his life for a lab rat, and she shot him in the chest. And I was saying slick shit about that. And then there was this image of Eddie Murphy standing in a cafe or a public space, and his wife was hugging him from behind, like hugged up on him. And everybody, all the brothers was in the comments talking about, yeah, Eddie Murphy don't have to deal with stereotypical shit. Oh yeah, somebody, because he has a young white blonde lab rat, Aryan lab rat, don't have to worry about being asked for nail and hair money and just saying reckless shit. Instead of Eddie Murphy enjoy his life, what he worked so hard for, you know, what he worked so hard and used his immense talent, just projecting. Because I ain't said nothing reckless about Eddie Murphy. You know, I don't get on nobody about who they go to town on, who they lay up with. That I don't get caught up in that. Y'all leave that to Dr. Fubar, you know, because people in content relationships don't tend to trip off of other people's relationship. I think if Dr. Fubar could find his queen or go re-establish his relationship with his one or more baby mamas, I think he would be less inclined to go at the rest of y'all. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, I had said that, you know, look at the guys in the comments. I didn't say nothing about Eddie and his lab rat, but I said, look at the guys in the comments. So when they get taken out, when the police or the lab rat take them out prematurely, we can mock and demean them because they online creating a public record of their hatred of African women. And people are like, man, you talking about all this mess. Get back to talking about serious stuff. Talking about who's with who.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. So for those of you who were wondering why I played that twice, I played it in the very beginning, I played it at the very end. For those of you who were wondering why the Boosie reference, the come on, man, right? Yeah. So y'all heard the clip from Diallo. So are we supposed to celebrate also when black women who openly detest black men, hate black men, dance on black men's misfortune, hope for black men's misfortune, should we celebrate their deletion by the hands of non-black men, namely white men, if and when it does happen? Should we laugh at them? Now, Mr. Z is not about it, right? I appreciate and understand the black body and black life is devalued even by your non-black spouse, even by your black spouse sometimes, right? I played these clips to show that in the black community, we give black women a pass for their anti-blackness. Cynthia G was over here debating black mothers about deleting their own sons, right? You have black young women playing with slavery and boiling down slavery into some sexual play with their non-black white boyfriends. If something is to go wrong between that black young woman and those white men, white young men, if he was to delete her, should we dance on her misfortune? Huh? Should we celebrate her death? Should we get our 5 chuckles in? Huh? You have the other black women saying to other black women what they should do to pull them, specifically non-black men, even more specifically white men. Huh? Yikes. Should we dance on those women's misfortunes, the ones that might get deleted by the white boyfriend, the white husband, the white baby daddy? Everyone hyper focuses on what black men are saying and doing with their member. Even Diallo, who claims that he doesn't care, and I actually believe him that he doesn't care. But the second a black man tell you why he doesn't date black women, everybody, colorist, sexist, featurist, texturist, hate his mama, hate black women, hate African women. And all the black women have to say is, when I was in high school, when I was in middle school, the black men made fun of my skin tone and my hair and my nose. And that's why I'm the bottom for white men. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. as long as a black woman can frame her misbehavior, her snarkiness, her rudeness, her meanness, directed towards black men, of course, as long as she could direct all of that energy to something a black man or black men, black boys, black males, as long as she could direct that, as long as she can frame it like she is doing, saying, acting in the way that she is because of some type of trauma caused by any type of black boy or black man, the black community gives her a pass. Actually, it encourages her to say and do what she's doing already. I played all those clips to see if Diallo really mean what he say. Do you mean it for the black women too? If for anyone listening, for any black women listening, if you think Mr. Z is saying, what about the women? That's because Mr. Z is saying, what about the women? Uh-oh. Either y'all want equality or you don't. Huh? We can't act like we don't understand why black men are dating out more and more and more and more, marrying out more and more and more and more. Because that's what's happening. There's a whole lot of people pretending in the black community that they don't know why black men are marrying out. Right? There's a whole lot of black people pretending like they don't know. And this is before Mr. Z's not playing y'all all the clips of the super sassy black women or the mean black women. I saw the think piece from BGS the other day about whether black women are mean or not to black men. I saw it. By the way, shout out to BGS for sending me the stream he did on WS. Right? Wilkerson, what's his name? Frank Wilker, white guy. He used to be he used to work under Colin Powell and I'm making a little tangent, you guys. And Scott Ritter, I've been following them on and off for years and years and years and years and years. So yeah. And they've talked around it, both of them have talked around it for a while, right? Scott Ritter just finally said that it's WS. Huh? Mr. Z, watch the clip back when it came out, right? Of was it General Wesley Clark that said 7 country in 7 years or something like that? So Mr. Z been knowing. Shout out to BGS, right? I'm glad that he's bringing us this type of information. The Black Magistrate could talk about something other than these weirdo women and the black men that choose to defend the indefensible. Diallo. Huh? Look at how we hyper focus on black men when black men are saying, doing, and even when black men find themselves on the wrong side of any random non-black person, namely white woman, right? Somehow it may not be justifiable. Y'all find ways to justify it. It may not be justifiable, but we understand because, you know, he chose one of these. And Diallo said it. He's not Dr. Umar. And for those of you who were wondering if when he say Fubar, he means Umar, he's purposely, he means Umar, Dr. Umar Johnson. He's purposely saying Fubar. He's been saying it like that. But as I said, even Diallo, who claims not to care what black men do with their male member, and I believe him, he still had to snipe at black men because when black men are responding to black women in their insanity and their white male worship or their insults of black men. Do you really want Diallo? This is just the beginning. I could find a zillion videos of black women overtly comparing black men to non-black men and deem black men lacking. Overtly said, Latino men do it like this, Latino men do it like that. Huh? Asian men and white men and all these men are better than black men. Why would you want to be loyal to black men? Expand your options, date out, marry out. Black women turning, dating out and not even marrying out because that's not happening in any significant number and we all know it. Black women turn being the sexual plaything to non-black men until they're done with you. They turn that into a goddamn commercial. Huh? So the question still remains, Diallo. And the reason why I played the clip of we need to talk and speaking to what's her name, hashtag black woman, is to show the hypocrisy. He caught her up at the end of that. And for those of you that want to know what Mr. Z is referencing, here you
I
go.
mean, no, I'm probably not going to marry a black man, but I mean, I can still talk.
Oh, wait, you said probably, so there's hope. You haven't divested.
I have divested.
Okay, so why didn't you say I won't marry a black man? You said I probably won't.
You have to make yourself into the kind of man that women want.
You sound like Kevin Samuels.
How?
You're literally saying what he says. You have to make yourself the type of woman that these type of men want.
No.
So what's the difference?
So, for those of you that recall, I caught FD up in one part of the conversation. I caught him up a couple of times in both conversations. The second conversation we had, I caught him up when he said something essentially saying, well, black men are saying this and black women are saying that, and essentially doing the, well, y'all saying the same thing, which I disagree with, but fine. I conceded that and said, yeah, but that's not how we're framing it in the black community. And I caught him up right there. He's like, exactly. And that's what we need to talk did right here. And that's what I'm saying to Diallo. Y'all can't, okay, y'all care about the black community. You care about how black men are speaking about black women, and black women just get to run off because of their framing. I was the victim of black men, so give me a pass for sounding like a Nazi. And y'all do. That's exactly what y'all do. Huh? Black boys hurt my feelings when I was in the 8th grade, so give me a pass for sounding like a Nazi. And y'all do. The black 17-year-old that I found attractive when I was 15 didn't date dark-skinned black girls. So give me a pass for sounding like a Nazi. And y'all do. That's exactly what y'all do. Huh? The black jock in college, he didn't find women like me attractive. So give me a pass for sounding like a Nazi. And y'all do. My black husband, when I was married, didn't bow to me. So give me a pass for sounding like a Nazi. And y'all do. Huh? Uh-oh. We could present the facts every day, all day. These brothers, definitely the black women, everybody keeps on doing the same thing, pretending like they don't see it. Huh? If y'all think black women were struggling before, huh? Went into the other side of JD Vance and Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Have fun with this. As your sons date and marry out more and more. Huh? Huh? So a whole lot of people pretending like they don't appreciate what's going on. Diallo, out of all of them, is maybe the person that's, I would say Diallo understands this better than the others. He just don't want to come to terms with the women sound worse than the men. Whatever you think the men sound, and Mr. Z ain't saying the men sound bad. I'm saying whatever Diallo thinks is bad, I'm saying the women sound worse. That's what Cynthia G is on there for. You ain't never hear no black man talk about deleting unborn black female fetuses. Huh? Well, that's your baby mama? She pregnant with a girl? You see how these women act? Push her down the stairs. Make sure she have a stillborn. Make sure the baby ain't born. All that weirdo talk. Huh? Yikes. this is what is given a pass in the black community as we hyper focus on what the black boys and the black men are saying. The black boys and the black men are staying away from the black girls more and more and more. What about that part? Ask the black boys why, Diallo. They're going to say because the black girls are mean. They're going to say because the black girls are mean. Ask the black boys who find interest in the Latinas, in the white girls, and the Asian girls in their environment. Ask them why not the black girls. See whether they say anything about looks or skin tone or hair texture, and see whether they say, oh, the black girls are mean. Oh, she's mean. Oh, them girls over there, they're mean. Huh? And those mean girls become asshole women, Diallo. Asshole women who brothers like you give a pass to because she said, my heart and the black men are not on my level. And the black men, they don't earn enough money. And they're not educated enough. And their colors and their features and their textures. And they used to watch Kevin Samuels. And they watch Fresh and Fit. Yeah. And that's all a black woman has to do. And FD and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land and Diallo Kenyatta and Dr. Jared Ball and all of them, they're there. We get it. Yeah. Black men, horrible, sexist monsters. Wannabe white patriarchs. All a black woman has to say is Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels. That's all. That's all. Huh? Wow. Y'all lucky I didn't go to Divested Zealots page to start pulling clips. If you really want to hear some insanity. Huh? Wow. So Diallo's over here saying, like, so black men say something like, yo, I'm not dealing with no black women. These black women out here. And so I guess if he meets his end at the hands of a white woman, then that's what you get. Okay. I just want everyone to appreciate this. Brothers like Diallo, definitely black women who think like this, they keep on setting these precedents. They say these things, they set these precedents, and they act like they forgot that they said it when black men say, I bet. I just want you to know likewise. I just want you to know that if and when, because it be when, those white guys delete black women, they assault black women, they have sex and then toss black women, we go dance on this misfortune too. No, you can't do that. First, Mr. Z's not advocating for that. Secondly, for the black men that do engage in that, I would suggest you don't. But secondly, Mr. Z gets it. Because everyone else in the black community is doing this hypocrisy thing. I'd like to direct you to my title. Huh? Wow. And when you have a real conversation with black women, Diallo, and how they talk about black men and how they talk about non-black men, how do they sound?
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring...
Y'all have put yourself on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring yourself down. Let me play that part again. Here y'all go.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race. Okay.
This is why Mr. Z says, let them talk. Y'all have put yourself, listen, y'all have put yourself on a pedestal when it comes to black women. Ho. Huh? If I would have found this earlier, I would have said, if I knew what BGS was posting, I would have sent this to him for the Mean Girls thing, because this says it right here. Y'all have put yourself on a pedestal with black women. And y'all need to bring it on down, because we started dating out now. Oh, man. Gotta love it. Diallo, what now? Y'all see what Mr. Z is saying? Y'all see what BGS was saying? Know your place, dear black men. This is why Mr. Z say, let them talk. Know your place. This is all it is. And It's My First Day says, she called us uppity Negroes in so many words. That's exactly what she said. Huh? Now, this is some weird stuff. This type of territory, Mr. Z don't really appreciate this territory where black people start throwing their ability to have interracial sex and possibly interracial relationships that might maybe possibly turn into marriage. For black women, seldom. When we start throwing this at each other, oh boy, now we in some real dangerous territory. When black women start levying that against black men, uh-oh. And everybody pretends like they didn't just see that happen. When black women start threatening black men with either you kiss our ass or we go date the white man. But ooh, wait a minute. Is the black man who's not kissing your ass, is he supposed to be threatened by you say you gonna find the white man to do what? Kiss your ass? Uh-oh. Or you gonna be one of those sisters that say, the white guys, when they're in a relationship with you, they worship you. Huh? Diallo, do you see what's going on here? Because so often y'all pretend like y'all don't get it. The beauty of Mr. Z being able to work behind StreamYards now is I could just play the clip straight up. So everybody who's watching or listening, all the hate watchers, could stop pretending like they don't know what Z is talking about. Evidence, boom. Exhibit A, boom. Exhibit B, boom. Uh-oh. Exhibit C. Mr. Z could go on forever, by the way. We could pass all 26 of the alphabet. We could go keep on going. Huh? And I want to play this again because I want y'all to listen to something very important at the end.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women. Y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race. Okay? That's true. And finding a white man, you're not. You know why y'all do that?
Look at her face when she's finding a white man. Y'all don't measure up. Understand, when Mr. Z speaks, right? When we speak to the black manosphere, when Mr. Z speaks to the brothers that are dating out, nobody's talking about how great white women are or Latina or Asian women are. We're speaking about their behavior and the difference in how they treat us. How they've been raised and socialized not to be so goddamn antagonistic to men in general, black men specifically. Huh? Is there racist there? Of course. We're in America. Are women still women? Of course. XX chromosome. We speak about behavior here. We don't just put women on a pedestal because, the Asian woman, because she's Asian. The white woman, because she's white. The Latina, because she's Latina. We speak about behavior here. We don't, y'all don't measure up to white women just because she's a white woman. Diallo, you see her face? You see the look on her face? You heard what she said? And she didn't even say non-black man. She said white women, excuse me, white men is specific. She didn't say, these non-black men. Y'all don't even measure up to these, nope, white men. Uh-oh. Huh? So if something happens to her, let's say she dates out, she gets the mythical, magical white man, huh? Something happens to her at his hands, with his hands, at his hands. Are we supposed to dance on her misfortune, especially after she made this public display to insult and demean black men and compare black men to white men and deem them lacking? Huh? Let's finish with that.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race, okay? That's true. And finding a white man, you're not. You know.
Mrs. Z, it's only 43 seconds long. Can you get past the clip? Okay, I gotta pause it again. Imagine telling black men you put yourself on a pedestal, you need to bring it on down, and then putting white men on the pedestal, literally in the same statement. Literally doing you put yourself on a pedestal, y'all need to bring it on down, but the white man and the look on her face, the swaying, y'all don't even measure up. That's what she's saying. Huh, Mr. Z Robin? Huh? Y'all don't even measure up. That's what she is saying, Diallo. If something is to go wrong with her, if she ends up in one of those situations with what's the name of the football player that knocked that sister out? Huh? Oh, burly white dude. So if this young lady ends up in a situation with a white man and it goes the wrong way for her, should we dance it on her misfortune? Chad Wheeler, that's the one. Thank you, Kevin Murray. That's the one. That's the football player. Huh? Look how y'all speak. It's so easy to make hypocrites out of y'all, Diallo. I just want you. When it comes to this, when it comes to the black man, black woman conversation, do black men and black women outside of the black manosphere, do y'all appreciate how easy it is to make hypocrites out of y'all? Especially when y'all do the black men and your colorism and your sexism and your misogyny and your misogynorism and your featureism, and you don't value black women and y'all hate black women, and you mean we critique their behavior and what brothers like you allow for them to do and what y'all excuse? You mean that? Oh, that's hatred? Huh? It's so easy to make hypocrites out of y'all. Y'all have no idea. Huh? The women are talking like this. And everybody's looking up in the sky. Doo, 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 doo. Minding my own business. The second black men say, hey, y'all see, shut up. Huh? It took a white woman to get Cynthia G the hell up off of YouTube. The whole black community acting like they don't know. And remember, Cynthia G was still making videos and still going on different people's channels and everything after the Dr. Umar Johnson conversation on Fox Soul. So it's not even like Cynthia G was some obscure nobody and people didn't know about her. Fine, people didn't know about her. People who weren't chronically online didn't know about Cynthia G. Okay, fine. What about after that conversation with Dr. Umar Johnson on Fox Soul? You know, the one that she was invited to after that, she was invited to Fox Soul after that conversation. Yikes. Huh? So So let's see if Mr. G can finally get past this. There we go.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race, okay? And finding a white man, you're not.
You know why y'all do that? Y'all do that and go make it look pretty, right?
And we having a time of our lives.
You is. But the moment all that glamour run out, that feel ain't there, that culture ain't there, that hug ain't there, that hawking figure of a black man ain't there. So you know what y'all do?
You heard what she said at the end? Child, please. For those of you who didn't catch it, she said child, please at the end. Understand something. He's responding to her with the blackness of it all, the emotion of it all, the culture of it all. Black manhood, not just manhood in a vacuum defined by white men. Uh-oh. Not just manhood in a vacuum painted black, but it's really defined by white men. He's saying something here, and her response was, child, please. Nobody care about that. That's what she's saying, Diallo. Diallo, that's what she's saying, and you know it, and you heard it. Huh? She said, child, please. And you think that's something you were saying, oh, you were reading through the comments of the video with Eddie Murphy and his lady holding on to him? You want to read through these comments? Because black women are flaming black men in those comments. That's all y'all got. Yeah, there we go. Huh? See, Diallo knows about the divestors. These people know. If y'all recall one time when I reviewed This Is Revolution, right? And I made a comment that one of the mainstays, one of the sisters on the channel, she made a passing, blinking you'll miss it comment about Kevin Samuels, and they kind of, made a few comments and made fun of Kevin a little bit, and then they jumped off and I did a stream about that. This is a few years ago. Random people in the black community know about these conversations. They know some of these characters, or at least they've heard of them. They've watched a couple of clips. It's just that they're pretending like they don't know. All of that is an act. They watch a few clips and they just let it go. And black men are out here fighting for their life on social media, while black women have the backing of the entire black community, low-key the entire society, to continue to insult and demean and be sexist towards black men and make sexist comments and misandrous comments and just straight up, Uzi, you're about to say it, racist, anti-black comments directed towards black men. And the brothers like Diallo with 2 sons just go, didn't see that, didn't hear that. Homegirl said, child, please at the end. Oh man, this brother's appealing to her humanity and her blackness, and she said, child, please. She child, please, the brother speaking of, essentially he's like, y'all gotta come back home. And she said, child, please. Wow. Huh? This is why Mr. Z loves these conversations on social media and the internet, whether it's about race, whether it's about class, whether it's about anything, gender, sex, because you're going to let people talk long enough and they're going to show you who they really are. The internet will expose us all. You let these people talk long enough and they show you who they really are. They show you what they really think. They show you what they really value. And she told black men to humble themselves, essentially, while elevating white men in specific. Huh? Yikes. So no wonder even though she's a bit older than what I'm about to play. No wonder you have videos like this circulating the internet.
Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa.
Huh? A bunch of black women playing masa challenge with white young men. Young black women with white young men. Yikes. They're willing to call the white men their massa, Diallo. Their massa. Ooh. I ain't hear none of y'all brothers talk about this when this was a thing. What happened? Y'all didn't see these little skits online? Y'all didn't see them? So Mr. Z's algorithm is that messed up. Y'all didn't see it though. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Z, we don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. Maybe that's the problem. Have you ever considered maybe you would know what Z is talking about if I was doing the problem with black men is these black men, these Samuelites, these men that worship kitten heels. Huh? They're the problem. They don't value black women. They hate black women. See, if I was doing that, y'all would know exactly what I'm talking about. But once I start doing so y'all don't see these young black women, and by the way, recall for all of you who missed it, this masa challenge was the second one. Black women did that, and it was difficult to find. Black women did the My Massa challenge a year or so before this, and the music that was playing in the background was what's her name out of Australia? Iggy Azalea. When she said the My Massa line that threw a lot of black people in an uproar in the black community, rightfully so. Huh? Wow. That's why I'm playing these clips. What can you say to this? Diallo, you understand, and a lot of people speak like that. They could appreciate and understand why black women might smirk a bit when something unfortunate happens to a black man who they felt was talking reckless about black women. Once again, let's play that Diallo clip for those of you who just got in. Let's play the Diallo clip one more again.
I've been talking about that dude that
Wait a minute. Before we do that, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm gonna check those likes in a minute. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and here we go.
I've been talking about that dude that hated black women and demeaned black women, and his white lab rat shot him in his chest. Lab rat is our new term for unruly, inappropriate white women. Lab rat. He said he didn't want nothing to do with no cocoa bunnies, and his life for a lab rat, and she shot him in the chest. And I was saying slick shit about that. And then there was this image of Eddie Murphy standing in a cafe or a public space, and his wife was hugging him from behind, like hugged up on him. And everybody, all the brothers was in the comments talking about, yeah, Eddie Murphy don't have to deal with stereotypical shit. Oh yeah, somebody because he has a young white blonde lab rat, Aryan lab rat, don't have to worry about being asked for nail and hair money and just saying reckless shit instead of Eddie Murphy enjoy his life, what he worked so hard for, what he worked so hard and use his immense talent, just projecting. Because I ain't said nothing reckless about Eddie Murphy. I don't get on nobody about who they go to town on, who they lay up with. That I don't get caught up in that. Y'all leave that to Dr. Fubar, because people in content relationships don't tend to trip off of other people's relationship. I think if Dr. Fubar could find his queen or go re-establish his relationship with his one or more baby mamas, I think he would be less inclined to go at the rest of y'all. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, I had said that, look at the guys in the comments. I didn't say nothing about Eddie and his lab rat, but I said, look at the guys in the comments. So when they get taken out, when the police or the lab rat take them out prematurely, we can mock and demean them because they online creating a public record of their hatred of African women. And people are like, man, you talking about all this mess. Get back to talking about serious stuff.
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race, okay? That's true. And finding a white man, you're not. You know why y'all do that? Y'all do that and go make it look pretty, right? And we having a time of our lives.
You is. But the moment all that glamour run out, that feel ain't there, that culture ain't there, that hug ain't there, that hawking figure of a black man ain't there. So you know what y'all do?
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
I said, if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Attest that we sometimes have that resting bitch face. Get rid of it because that's going to immediately intimidate a white guy to be like, oh yeah, no, never mind. She's probably not even interested or don't even want to be bothered. Crack a smile. Crack a smile, a little wink, or, a little flirtatious type of motion or gesture. That is going to get his attention, baby. Do not be afraid to speak first. Say hello. Hello does not hurt anybody. Actually, believe it or not, sometimes a hello can go a long way. You make somebody's day sometimes by just saying hello.
If you have a white boyfriend, do not use the N-bomb in front of him. If you're in his company, don't use the word. And she was like, Keena, I use the word, so he think he can use the word. And I'm like, he think he can use the word.
Deliver it. And also question your partner if he has opposing views on something as a black woman that you are very passionate about. You want to hear more about that? Get my book, A White Man's Whore. One of the keys of keeping a healthy relationship with a man or keeping a man is to keep the peace. Be his peace. Have this kind of atmosphere where if you're around him, he knows.
Why did Mr. Z play all those clips? Diallo, should we mock and demean those women if something goes wrong with them and a white man? And a non-black man specifically? Should we mock and demean all of those women? The ones that were overtly campaigning for white men and the ones that were not so much? Should we mock and demean them? Huh? Should we mock and demean them? And what would you and Dr. Jared Ball and Geechee, huh? And Miss Renee. I think Miss Renee is a PhD. Dr. Renee. What would you say if there was hordes and tons and thousands and hundreds of thousands of black men on Beyonce's internet, on George W. Bush's internet, on Al Gore's internet, celebrating and mocking and demeaning a black woman's death at the hands of her white lover? What would you say? Or would it be okay if we celebrate Cynthia G if she was to come out here and just randomly, if apparently Cynthia G is not dating any white man, okay, fine, whatever. But if Cynthia G was minding her own business, walking to her car, and some random white dude deleted her, did something to her, deleted her, tried to rob her, couldn't get the stuff, deleted her, did rob her, still deleted her. Is it okay if we dance on her grave? Because she sounds like this?
For you to tell black women that procreate with black men, which my son is a black male, to go and abort their black boys is absolutely ludicrous. Because if you have ever had to terminate your pregnancy, which I have because I'm disabled, and it was the most gut-wrenching thing I've ever gone through, you don't know what that feels like and what it does to a person. So for you to go through and spread to the masses.
How does it feel to be left a single mother where the man tells you, I'm not going to raise my child at all, and you got to take responsibility? How gut-wrenching.
I am a single mother, okay? And I am raising my son alone. And I'm a single mother because my son's father was murdered, okay? So I do know what it is to be a single mother and to raise my son alone. So you don't sit here and
psychologically damaging as an abortion. People get abortions all day, every day. Stop it.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do have abortions every day and all day. And if you've never gone through it, you don't know what it's like to go through and have that and to go through the trauma, because it's traumatic.
And you can't speak for every woman. It's not traumatic for every woman.
And neither can you. Have you had one?
I don't need to have one to know that it's not traumatic for every woman. It's not.
Well, if you've never gone through it, then don't speak on something you can't attest to.
No, actually, I can't speak on it. I worked at an abortion clinic where
then you should know. If you've worked at an abortion clinic, then you should know. When you walk up those doors, you've got people with signs and everything else protesting, and they don't even know why you're there. Okay, it is a very traumatic experience, and it is nothing that you should promote. It should be somebody else's personal experience if they want to go through it. But for you to sit up there and to tell people when you've not walked a day in their shoes that they should sit up there and throw away their kids when you have not gone through it yourself is the most hypocrite thing that I have ever heard in my life.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Telling a woman that she needs to be a single mother and go through the hardship of being a single mother in poverty, you're wrong for telling them
Who's
that.
to say that they would be in poverty?
What's best for them.
You're talking about two things that I have experienced myself, being a single mother of a black male and have terminated my pregnancy. I have done both. So you're speaking to somebody who has raised her child alone and is going to school to be a doctor. Okay, so to tell me my son is a dusty is bull.
If you had gotten an abortion, and if it would have been much easier to do that if you had gotten an abortion. Keep it a buck. You will not have
what would have been more easier if I would have gotten an abortion?
Terminated your pregnancy. Stop it.
Say that again.
And you wouldn't have struggled as much going to school if you had gotten an abortion. It would have been a lot easier on you. Keep it a buck. You struggled.
My son is going to school.
You did.
My son, are you listening? Be quiet for a second so you can hear what people are saying. My son is going to school, to medical school. He is going to school to be a doctor. And I did that.
Okay, so what's the point?
And I did that because his father was murdered. Listen, open up your ears and
Yeah, I play these clips. I know it's torturing y'all. I know we dealing with Bobby World's mom, voice sounding ass Cynthia G. Um, don't you know? Um, but yeah, so I'm playing these clips, torturing you guys this morning. Happy Monday. Um, to emphasize the point to Diallo, we're hypercritical of black men, the things they say, the things they do. Okay, fine. Mr. Z's not with it, but okay, fine. And what of black women? You know, the group that outnumbers black men in the black community? Uh-oh. Huh? And Dr. D says, LMAO, Mr. Z predicted this. The sisterhood is infighting. Yes. No, that's a little bit older now, though. That clip is a little bit older, but yeah. Yeah. Right? So we're emphasizing this to the Diallos of the world. Black women are not, and I'm not saying Diallo has said this because he hasn't, nor has he implied it or suggested it. But when we critique black men's behavior and we make sure to point out black men and we say nothing of the women or we give them a little pow pow, don't do that. At most, that's what we do. At most. Then effectively you are saying, actually black men are the problem. You don't have to actually say it. Your silence says it. Huh? Oh man. We hyper criticize black men. We're hypercritical of black men, particularly concerning black women. And black women get to throw rocks and hide their hand. And I watch black men and black women in the black community do the doo 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 doo. Nothing to see here. Well, y'all better make sure Mr. Z's channel is tiny. Y'all better make sure y'all stay away from Z's channel. Because I'm always going to show y'all for the hypocrites y'all are, particularly on this topic. This topic right here. I'm in alignment with a lot of black people concerning a lot. But once we start talking black men, black women, black family, black children, most of the black community has their chips on black women are the moral ones and they're the kind ones and they're the caring ones and they're the ones who have the black community on their back and they're the ones who are disproportionately affected by the negativity of black men and the colorism and the texturism and the featureism. Black men's bad behavior, black men get money, they go off and marry non-black women and have sex and do things with non-black women. Huh? And then you see clips like what Mr. Z is playing today, and it's what? Mum's the word? Huh? Yikes. It's mum's the word. Of course it is. Of course it is. Huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. This is hysterical. Z's back. This is hysterical. And from F God came says, nah, Darth Weave hysterical. Not Darth Weave. Darth Weave. Oh man. That's hysterical. He says Darth Weave is imbued with the Mammy Force, with the no, not even with the Dark Force. Oh God, with the Mammy Force, she can't be defeated by wig removal. It's like General Grievous, like getting an arm taken off, and you'd be like, right? Wow, right? And Joe Immore says, the big back supremacists will stay away from your channel, Z. All I'm presenting here is, if y'all care about the black community, y'all got to do right by the black community for real, for real. And this fixation with, as Diallo said, mocking black men, demeaning black men, in quote unquote defense of black women, is how you got here in the first place. We've been, dear black community, y'all forgot we've been doing this for decades? Like, the internet and social media has just brought a different level of visibility to this dynamic. What y'all are doing right now, we've been doing for decades. The black men are bad, you're the problem, you're the sexist, and they're black women. We've been doing that for decades. And even more of your sons are marrying and dating out. Diallo, that comment section that you were making reference to, speaking on Eddie Murphy and his woman, those men, probably younger men, grew up in the black community with brothers like you doing what you're doing now. Have you ever considered that much of the reason why they're speaking the way they're speaking is because black men who have daughters, black women who have daughters, raise their daughters to be little mean, snarky, condescending, rude assholes concerning black men and boys, be little materialistic assholes in relation to black men and boys? And that's why they sound like this?
Y'all be thinking y'all the only option. Baby, I can go date an Indian, a Hispanic, a white man. Y'all not the only options out here who think y'all doing well for yourself, and that's the problem. You know what's the problem? Y'all done put yourselves on a pedestal when it comes to black women, and y'all need to bring it on down because we have gotten to start dating outside our race, okay? That's true. And finding a white man, you're not. You know what?
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating, and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women all women of all races, and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. you know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than, say, white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So.
Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa.
Yeah. Did y'all get that? See when I played that clip right after Dr. Jennifer Lundquist says something along the lines of, you know, this valorization of white masculinity is replicated in these different groups, these non-white groups. Yeah, but by who? Uh-oh. Who's holding the men to this quote-unquote standard? Uh-oh. Diallo, you see what's going on here? Diallo's not dumb at all. Not slow, not dumb, not any of that. But as these things usually go, once we start talking about black men and black women, right? Once we start talking about black men and black women, everybody start acting different. No, the issue is black colorism, sexism. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. See, that's what I was trying to do. Just check it out. Look, we got 106 listening and we have 64 likes. Oh, well, y'all do not rock with Z like that, do y'all? And talking about that, actually, let's do this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Guy Incognito says, it took me a little while to get to this. My apologies, Guy Incognito. And Guy Incognito says, how many shows does BGS need to have for you Sims to stop dating I gotta say trash women? You keep talking about them. Leave trash women alone. Leave trash alone, or keep being losers. Keep being losers. I don't really think you have a choice. On an intimate level, yes. You can, you know, stay away from black women on an intimate level, on a sexual level, right? On a personal level. But black is a jersey color that you didn't decide. You didn't choose, and it chose you, right? You didn't choose, it chose you. And so why Mr. Z covers black women so often in their misbehavior and their view of power dynamics, shout out to Jason Black, their view of manhood, right? Their view of black men in specific is because very few black scholars and black intelligentsia do that. They don't talk about black women's misbehavior, particularly concerning black men. They don't speak about black women's misandry, specifically concerning black men. They speak about how black women would overtly tell you that they treat white men better. Like, no one talks about that. No one talks about, well, this.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not gonna go for that.
Right? So, like, The reason why, at least for Z, I cover this. Y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. My apologies, y'all. Anyway, with regular streams, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Okay. The reason, once again, that Z covers this is because the people that are supposed to be Africana studies and speak about the Black community and the dynamics going on in the Black community, and that are supposed to forward and advance Black issues, both internally and externally, when it comes to Black men and Black women relations, they don't really have much to say about how Black women treat Black men and how Black women speak about Black men. Much of the stuff that is said is just the old stereotypes of like how Black women actually might do too much for Black men. Black women care about Black men to the point where it hurts them. That's the framing, right? Black women care about Black men to a fault, and then we let your daughters talk, and it don't really come out like that. Now, does it? Huh? And her frustration, Black women's frustration, at their position in the racial hierarchy, they take that anger, that ire, that energy, and direct it towards Black men. And that's the part that like nobody wants to talk about. So, Guy Incognito, I talk about Black women in the sense of intimacy. You can ask BGS. I came in the door, and many of us did, but I came in the door saying, no, this issue is Black. And when I heard BGS say the myth of white womanhood, I was like, exactly. The issue is Black women's position in the minds of white men, and they're throwing a tantrum about it. But because Black men are the closest to them, Black men get hit with all the shrapnel. And the rest of the Black community, including the Black women that actually might genuinely give a F about Black men, all, once again, look up in the sky and nothing to see here. Huh? So that's why I speak about it. This can't keep on being swept under the rug. The rug is a goddamn landfill now. Under that rug is a landfill. You can't keep on sweeping this under the rug. So that's why I cover it, to answer your question, right? Oh, man. So thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, right? And JL West, thank you for the super chat. He just says supporting the stream. Thank you, brother. Thank you, right? I'm trying. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need this for therapist work in the future. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I need to stack this. I got to stack these super chats because I'm going to need it. Knock on wood. Hopefully not. Right? But, you know, I listen to Diallo Kenyatta. I agree with a lot of his views. I listen a lot for the information. Mr. Z doesn't have much time to read nowadays. And so, I have to get my information shorthand. And it really sucks, y'all. It really sucks. So I listen to the people that I know that they just, even if I disagree with them, it's just, just a constant, hey, did you know this? So they'll say this thing. I'll be like, who's that? They'll look that person up. Oh, crap. I'll watch a bunch of that person's lectures or. So I listen to Diallo because of that. But once again, whenever we get into the conversation of Black men, Black women, brothers start sounding like this, right? Wow. So, right? So thank you for the super chat, JLS. Thank you for the super chat. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Someone tell this pro crackhead that Black men owes no one explanation. I think that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, to these hood rats. Look, we don't, but we do, right? Obligation is not always. It's not always a good feeling. It doesn't always feel good. It doesn't always. But I'm okay with being obligated to Black people. The problem is, do black women feel obligated to black men? And is it, no, you bow and you might get us to march for you, really for us, if something goes wrong? And that's another, as a matter of fact, I'm glad you said this, Detroit, because there's something to think about here. We need to start framing this right. When black women, we march for you, no, you march for yourself. And y'all know Mr. Z says to hell with the logical fallacies. No, you march for yourself. Appreciate my framing here. You march for yourself as you marching for your daughter's future husband and boyfriend and baby daddy. Uh-oh. You march for yourself because you're marching for the men in the community, whether you like them or not. Dear black women, you're not marching for black men. You're marching for yourself. Huh? If you don't believe me, then where's all the wedding rings from the white men and the Latino men? A lot of black women with degrees. Where's the matching non-black husband? Oops. Exactly. You're marching for your own interests, black women. Huh? Don't shout out to the black manosphere. From now on, y'all gotta be okay with shaming black women. I get it. No, it sounds weak, Z. To hell with all of that. Y'all gotta be okay with shaming them. You can't shame me. Watch me. Huh? Y'all gotta be okay with telling them, no, you're actually doing this for your own good. Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks, unless you have a non-black husband or boyfriend. And let's see how long that boyfriend stay a boyfriend. No, you're doing this for your own interest, for your own good. When you advocate for black men, you're doing that for your own good, black women. Huh? So once again, Detroit, I do think there's obligation to the community. The question is, do those people feel obligated to black men? Do other black men and do black women feel obligated to black men? Huh? And what does that obligation look like? Here we go. Here's the fun part. Because if we let enough black men and black women speak, what the obligation sounds like is that we're allowed to be verbally abusive, we're allowed to haze you, we're allowed to insult you, we're allowed to mock you, we're allowed to question you. And the only thing we care about is what you're doing when and if you get famous and rich, and who gets your resources. Oh, goddamn, Z. Huh? We're allowed to bully you and mock you and make fun of you. The only thing we care about is that you don't turn around and end up with a non-black person after the fact. And y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And Lion says, can't talk about obligation until a new social contract is formed. I actually agree with this. Huh? I actually agree with this. This is one of the issues we have, is that people are picking and choosing what they want in this man-woman gender dynamics before we include race. Now, when we include race, it gets worse. Because what black women are effectively saying is, we want to run it, and shout out to BGS for that think piece once again from yesterday. Because Mr. Z said it. Once again, you funded, she run it. I know what I said. Right? I'm gonna link it in the description box afterward because I've made reference to it too many times now. I've made reference to it too many times. You funded, she runs it. And as Lion said, until there's a new social contract with people. This is not even exclusively a woman thing, but what people will try to do is just take advantage of everything. I want all of the good from this and all of the good from that. What about the parts that balance out? Don't screw that. If you want to know why women sound schizophrenic, as I said before, 1 foot in patriarchy, 1 foot in feminism. Patriarchy by feminist, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Right. So yeah, Detroit, there's obligation there. There's duty there. The duty isn't just to your individual spouse and children and family and relatives. If we lived in a different world and if there was an anti-blackness and there was no white supremacy, then maybe we could have a different conversation. Right? Shout out to all the white people. Why can't black people think for themselves? Shut your lame ass up, first of all. Secondly, because of your ancestors. Ooh, goddamn. You know what happened to those black people that go out there by themselves? Yikes. Huh? So no, there's obligation. The problem is that black women think they're not obligated while trying to force you to be obligated. Absolutely not. And your obligation looks like you marrying one of their asshole daughters. After you become rich, of course. After. Huh? That's what obligation looks like. You defend them when they need defending. You stand up for them. You advocate for them, and you definitely give them access to your resources if and when you get rich. Huh? And too many young black men, more and more, are saying no, Diallo, once again. And they're saying no, well, because the young black women are mean and they're assholes. And the black community pretends like it doesn't. Why aren't these young black men? The professor that I covered a little while ago, I gotta go find that clip, man. That's gonna be a difficult one to find. The professor that said a little while ago, you mothers of black sons, you guys have forgotten the assignment. What? Huh? And she said she saw a picture with a bunch of black young men with white women, what should be white young girls, and something her daughter caught wind of a message board where the black young men, the black boys are speaking about the type of women or girls they're attracted to, and it was nothing but like white girls. And yeah, well, huh? Exactly, Indigo. The assignment: make more ConcuSurfs. Exactly. The quiet part out loud. And that, if that's what obligation looked like, I would lie. Nope. If that's what obligation looks like, well, the young black men have something to say about that through their actions. As Mr. Z says often, stop asking the young black men, stop asking black men when you see them at the family dinner, at the family get together, when you see them on Thanksgiving dinner, when you see them at that family Christmas party, stop asking them, well, you don't like black girls? Stop asking them that when you see them holding their Latina girlfriend's hand or their white girlfriend's hand. Stop asking them that. If you raised your daughters to be mean, snarky, rude assholes, or if you maybe didn't raise your daughters to be like that, but you saw they were turning like that and you didn't do anything about that, you didn't correct that behavior, that answers your question. Because y'all know that's what happens. These people whose daughters be neck rolling, mean, snarky, rude, entitled, or just ultra domineering assholes, even if they're not even on some hood stuff. They're just over domineering, mean assholes. Snarky, rude assholes. All these black men, these successful black men, they with white women, or these black men, they want Latinas, and that yawn, huh? So yeah, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, I caught up. Jesus, am I a masochist? I had to check my blood pressure after listening to all of that. Hysterical. Seriously, black women have the worst self-marketing for relationships on the planet. How they present it, being alone is better. But who was I talking? Was I talking to my lady? I think I might have been talking to my Miss Z. I might have been talking to Miss Z. This may be like, it wasn't yesterday. Maybe 2 days ago. And I said the same thing. I was like, boy, that y'all PR campaign is trash, babe. Absolute dookie butter. Right? And I made sure to emphasize that because why? Because what Mr. Z is saying is exactly what you're saying. That PR game is horrible. Black women, this is not sustainable. Y'all gotta get a hold of this thing. And we're moving to an environment where being this hyper single person, namely woman, it's not feasible like that anymore. I think I want everybody to appreciate. Shout out to Black Uru. I think I'm gonna have a slight doomer stream with Black Uru and BGS. We may not go full doomer because we've been doing doomer streams a little bit. Maybe I might want to do a doomer stream once a month. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to make a doomer stream at least once a month. Because if we're living through, I don't want to say degrowth, maybe austerity, like austerity meets America, right? Shout out to all the European brothers listening. Y'all already know what that means, right? But people are gonna have to think about adulting different. People are gonna have to think about the baubles that symbolize success different. People are gonna have to think about coupling up differently. People are gonna have to think about bachelor and single different, dating different, all of those things. Huh? And I think this is the one time black women are going to be behind the eight ball. And what I mean by that, for those of you who they're always behind the eight ball. No, I mean, black women are usually up on game. What they do with it is a whole different question, right? But they're usually at least in the know. This one, I think their head is so far up their ass. They're so mean that this one is going to hit them when it hits them, right? I think that's what it is. Because I get it, right? And I think Sarge Willie Pete kind of spoke to this one time. If I remember correctly, Sarge Willie Pete spoke about one time he ran up on Tim Wise. I'm saying online, not in real life. Tim Wise, yes, the white what did he call himself? Not essayist, whatever he calls himself, the white dude that goes on the lecture tour speaking about race to white people. Y'all already know who I'm talking about. And I think Sarge said he ran up on him on some channel, and they had a conversation, and Sarge was saying something along the lines of like, well, on the other side of what you're speaking about when it comes to manhood and patriarchy and whatever, are black women who feel slighted that they never got a chance to experience being stay-at-home moms in any large number, right? And I think that's what we're dealing with black women. Is like it's as if, because it's not even as is, we're transitioning to a new paradigm, and I think for black women it's going to really hurt them the most, because they really, really, really want to know what it's like to be upper middle class white women, and not for all, most, right? And so the possibility of that happening for them, slimming out even more, oh, you better believe they're living. They're living. Huh? So when it comes to their PR, going back to what KMS is saying, I don't think black women care. I think black women, and rightfully so, this I agree with them, see the institutions as racist as hell, full of crap, so why attempt to appease them anyway? Which is halfway true because they don't actually fully believe that crap. We all know. It sounds good, nice bumper sticker, but for those that buy into it, I get it, right? So their PR campaign is, I don't care anyway. I'm never going to be a white woman anyway. That's why Mr. Z says temper tantrum. I'm never going to be a white woman anyway. Y'all not going to treat me like her. Y'all not going to give me the same access as her. I'm not going to be able to put damsel in distress tears on and be able to skirt crimes. So to hell with it anyway. So now I can wear my neon green weave. Huh? I'll never be seen as a white woman anyway. So now I can show my ass. I can get super, super, super heavy set. Right? I can be mean. I could be extra, extra sassy for no reason. Non-warranted sass. Snarky for no reason. Why? Because, well, I'm not going to get the benefits of being a white woman anyway. Huh? So I think they don't care. I just think we have a number of black women, whether educated or not, light skin, dark skin, from the hood, from the suburbs, from the exurbs, who just don't care. They simply don't care. Y'all remember? Anybody ever seen that clip? I want to say she might have been a professor, and I think it was a brother who he was on a college campus. Somebody already know what Z is talking about, and he was talking about baby deletion. And she walked up and she started asking him questions, and the conversation was somewhat antagonistic from the jump, but it started off slow, and then at the end she was trying to like physically assault him type thing, and I think the cops end up escorting her away. The cops on campus end up having to escort her away, and she was like, she was talking about baby deletions like she eat those for breakfast. You see, GC already know which one I'm talking about. There we go. GC says, didn't she start hitting him? Yeah, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, I think GC saw the same thing. Yeah, didn't she start hitting him? Yeah. So, and I'm thinking about that. Like that was a whole PhD. The clip that I played on my channel the other day on Saturday, right? That was a whole PhD. I'm not saying that we don't know of, like in Florida, I want to say we had a couple of white female judges that were like drunkards, right? Like they got caught being DUI a few times. So it's not like white women of a certain class don't get caught up in stupid stuff too. But how often do we catch white female PhDs in this sort of behavior? Harassing the delivery guy, assaulting the delivery guy, right? The black delivery guy. How often do we have white female professors on college campuses assaulting and harassing? Because like if you're on a college campus, you know it's a battle of ideas. That's part of the college and university experience. And you know people are going to be antagonistic. At least I hope you know that. That's also part of the college experience. You know? And so if the young man or the man is anti, baby deletion, for you to walk up to him and harass him, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a brother, which makes it make even more sense. Of course, you harassing and assaulting the black man, right? GC, wasn't it a young brother? Oh, I know. Well, maybe not a young brother, but wasn't it a brother? Man. So yeah, going back to what KMS is saying, the PR, right? The marketing, horrible. And black women have to appreciate, like, and this is the thing, what especially for black women, I think black women are on the cutting edge of this. Black women are on the cutting edge of saying, either through words or through action, to hell with it. This is fraudulent anyway. And why can't I have a man who funds it and I run it? I've said this before, right? So when black women say sexist and when white women say sexist, they're saying two different things. White women are saying sexist because of white men's domination of them. Black women are saying sexist because black men won't let them dominate black men. Once again, black men will not allow for black women to dominate black men. Black women's, I'm not saying for anyone to ask them. As a matter of fact, I am saying to let them give you their definition of sexist. Actually, yes. Right? But if you listen to black women talk long enough, as a matter of fact, if you listen to Dr. Sabrina Springs, if you listen to Amanda Seals, if you listen to who else said something down, was like boom, Dr. Chris Marsh, if you listen to these people speak, none of these people are necessarily dumb. We know Amanda Seals was a little off, but you let them talk and you realize, oh, y'all issue actually is, excuse my language, everyone, y'all problem actually is that niggas won't let y'all run them. That's y'all real issue. And y'all gives you a second, y'all gives you a minute. As a matter of fact, let me do this for y'all because this is gonna take about a minute. Y'all gives you a second. And we are back. And let me read this comment because it's hysterical. And Leon says, Z needs to play some ratchet twerk rap elevator music. I need some like smooth, like Larry June, Currency, early Wiz Khalifa type beats. That's what I need. Like some, like some like smooth hip hop, like jazzy, but like with a nice bass line type joint. Right? Sophisticated ratchet. Sophisticated ratchet joints. That's what I need to play. Right? But going back to KMS's super chat. Actually, let's highlight that back. Yeah, the marketing for Black women is horrible, right? Their own PR, and I think Black women took it for granted that Black men would be the face of like all the negativity, and it was like that. But I don't think Black women really appreciate as the environment changes, and that could happen in an instant. You may not have the covering, or you may not have the ability to hide behind what Black men are horrible thing. Like, people get stuck in status quoism, right? And that's not exclusively a Black woman thing. That's not a Black thing. People take what is for granted, even though what is just became what is yesterday. Right? And people, I've made mention of this, the idea of quote unquote progress and a constant, never-ending progress, and that's by definition of whoever I'm speaking about. I'm not saying it's actual progress. I think many of us take that for granted. And so when the environment changes, I don't know if many of us know what to do with that. Huh? That's another one, Revelot. Funky jazz, right? not soldier-like mentality. Right? Not slim soldier-like mentality. Hey, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. That's way too far. Way too far. Right? Rest in peace. So that's way too far. But yeah, we take this for granted. And I think Black women are, I don't want to say they are the poster child for that, because I actually don't think they are the poster child for that, not them. I think a lot of them subscribe to it, though. I think because if you consider what a nice portion of Black women have been able to witness over the past 4-ish decades, right? You fully have like 2-3 decades of suburban kids now, Black suburban kids. Huh? So when y'all see these Black folks and then they get hit with anti-Blackness, they get knocked on their ass and they didn't see it coming, sometimes you got to talk to them and you'll find out, they 2 generations deep in the burbs. She didn't know what she was dealing with. He didn't know what he was dealing with. Mr. Z shows those people a bit of grace. It's the ones that's antagonistic assholes that I'm like, oh, you get what you get. Huh? The ones that want to practice classism, those are the ones Mr. Z's like, oh, no, you get what you get. What I'm saying is I think there are a number of Black women who bought into a certain concept of progress and what that looks like, and what it looked like was being antagonistic towards Black men. What it looked like was being anti-Black man, anti-patriarchy, anti-blue collar, working class, and your politics could have said anything. No, no, I'm Democrat or I'm a leftist and that. Yeah, all of that. But actually, you're not. You're not actually progressive. If I press you, I'll show you how you're not. Kim Foster, ooh, goddamn Z, ooh, huh? So I think what they're coming across is the market cap of you thought you were on the right side of history. You thought you were the be all end all. You took standpoint theory and ran with it way too far. You took intersectionality and ran with it way too far. You thought because you thought you were on the right side of history, you didn't have to consider anyone else. And for a second, it looked like you were right. And we got to see what sore winners look like. Shout out to all the people who look at Donald Trump like he's a sore winner. He is. But women are too. Black women are too. Goddamn. Huh? And when it looked like y'all were winning all through the 80s and the early aughts and right up until pretty much now, all were y'all assholes. I'm still speaking about Canvas' Super Chat, right? And you didn't care about your PR and your marketing because in your mind, where did black men have to go? They had to eat your crap, right? And then you woke up to it's a new day and no, they don't, and y'all don't know how to act. Huh? Y'all don't know how to act. Right? And Cam has to look, I'm not gonna try to make a masochist out of everyone, but Mrs. E gonna play these clips to inform all of you, to respond to the people who mock us and make fun of us or insult us. As Diablo, I wanted to say Diablo, as Diallo said right on his clip, and I'm gonna play that for y'all right now. Essentially he was giving black women a pass to mock and demean black men because supposedly some brother did the whole all I date is Becky's or Snow Bunnies type thing, and I guess he ended up in an unfortunate situation with whatever white lover he had, white female lover he had, and so now it's okay to, dance on his misfortune. And what Mr. Z is saying here is hypocrite much, going to my title, because are we saying that we can do the same for black women?
I've been talking about that dude that hated black women and demeaned black women, and his white lab rat shot him in his chest. Lab rat is our new term for unruly, inappropriate white women. Lab rat, he said he didn't want nothing to do with no cocoa bunnies, and his life for a lab rat, and she shot him in the chest. And I was saying slick shit about that. And then there was this image of Eddie Murphy standing in a cafe or a public space, and his wife was hugging him from behind, like hugged up on him. And everybody, all the brothers was in the comments talking about, yeah, Eddie Murphy don't have to deal with stereotypical shit. Oh yeah, somebody because he has a young white blonde lab rat, Aryan lab rat, don't have to worry about being asked for nail and hair money and just saying reckless shit instead of Eddie Murphy enjoy his life, what he worked so hard for. What he worked so hard and used his immense talent, just projecting. Because I ain't said nothing reckless about Eddie Murphy. I don't get on nobody about who they go to town on, who they lay up with. That I don't get caught up in that. Y'all leave that to Dr. Fubar. Because people in content relationships don't tend to trip off of other people's relationship. I think if Dr. Fubar could find his queen, or go re-establish his relationship with his one or more baby mamas, I think he would be less inclined to go at the rest of y'all. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, I had said that, look at the guys in the comments. I didn't say nothing about Eddie and his lab rat, but I said, look at the guys in the comments. So when they get taken out, when the police or the lab rat take them out prematurely, we can mock and demean them because they online creating a public record of their hatred of African women. And people are like, man, you talking about.
Now, y'all heard that. They made a public record of their hatred of black women. This is what you're saying, Diallo. These black men that were in the comments for Eddie Murphy and his lady, his non-black lady, it's okay to mock and demean them if they get taken out by the cops or by any random, I guess, non-black woman, white woman, because these men have shown a hatred for black women. Now, will you say it's okay to mock and demean Cynthia G?
You met maybe a lot of black men who are cuckoo and ray-ray, who are stupid, who are not good with their son or their daughter, but you have not met all black men. There's many black men who are basically great father and great protector, and they are married to black women. Sorry, but Cynthia, you don't have that voice. Until you show me that you've met every black man in this world and you could show me that, you have nothing to show with that part.
All right. Thank you, Stan. So Finn is saying that you have to meet every single black man to be able to talk.
I actually don't. And regardless to how much he cries, he can say, I don't have the power to classify all black men. But as a womb holder, I have the power to determine whether or not a black man passes through my womb. I do have that power, as does every black woman. So you can whine, cry, and complain and talk about how much power we don't have. But understand we have power to eradicate you or bring you here. We do have that power. And that's called a godlike power. So we're your creator because you already know, and that's why you're up here triggered. If we decide to stop giving birth to you, there's nothing that your God can do. There's nothing that anybody can do because black women make the decision whether black men are birthed or not. It just is what it is. You can be mad at it if you want to. You can say the man carried the seed. Okay, so go put your seed in a black man. Go put your seed in a black man's pussy and tell him to shit the baby out.
I'm sorry. Wait, TMS.
Yep. Diallo. So can we mock and demean Cynthia G? Huh? Can we mock and demean her? If something goes wrong with Cynthia G at the hands of any random non-black man, namely white man, can we mock and demean her? If a cop was to walk into Cynthia G's kitchen and she's having an episode and they were to delete her in that kitchen, like they did the sister, can we mock and demean her? Even if it's caught on camera, she was doing nothing wrong. She was having a moment. Can we mock and demean her? Huh? Because if the answer is no, then why is the answer yes for black men? Right? And I want to read this from Revelot. And Revelot says, and like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Revelot says, they act like black women don't kill black men. Brother, I watched a clip, unfortunately from Vlad TV, goddamn. But I watched a clip where Vlad interviewed Ari Spears. And Ari Spears said that, black women and how they speak and how they act when a black man is with a white woman, and how if it ends up in divorce or whatever, and how they speak. A black women wouldn't and he said the same thing. Black women divorce black men. Divorce. I want to say he said divorce grape, but he might not have said that, but that was the sentiment. Black women. Oh, he said take them to the cleaners. Black women take black men to the cleaners just like white women do. So, and he was saying, so what you're trying to say, the money would stay in the community? You think and he said, I think he was going through divorce at that time. He was like, as a man who's about to get half his ish taken, it don't make no difference to us. Exactly. What is happening here is because men are the ones who pursue women. We have to at least have a passing understanding of women. How they think, how they move, how they feel. And because the black community is a gynocracy, black men are better at it than other men are. Point blank, period. Women, on the other hand, take for granted that their worldview is the worldview. And their view on gender, and their view on sex, and their view on these dynamics is the worldview. And their threat to men, which looks like it's losing its grip, is that either you submit yourself to their worldview or don't get no vagina. And black women could have pulled that all of a decade ago, 2 decades ago, but it's a new day and they can't pull that no more like that. And they're throwing a fit. Women writ large are losing their grip. There's a pun in there somewhere. Ooh, goddamn, see. Huh? There's a pun in there somewhere. Women are losing their grip because more and more men are saying, well, Pamela and palm oil lotion or whatever, not palm oil, that's something else. Sorry, y'all. Pamela and the video games will do, or whatever hobby. Huh? Women writ large, black women specifically, took for granted that their worldview was the right and correct worldview. And because men care about women and definitely having sex with women, we placated them. And they're throwing a fit because less and less men, and the women are actually saying it, less and less men are placating them. Huh? It was, Earth. And Earth says, also, that was very homophobic of her to say in front of Themis, in Themis' face. It was. And you saw he was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Exactly. And as I said before, black women get all type of passes with the homophobia. That's why Kevin Samuels said what he said on Vlad TV. Where are all of you LGBTQ folks when black women are out here spewing their homophobia directed towards straight black men? Let's say it again so y'all can stop pretending like y'all don't understand what Z is saying and what other black men are saying. When black women use homophobic slurs directed towards straight black men that these black women know are straight black men, when black women use homophobic slurs to straight black men as an insult, and those same black women have LGBTQ friends and family members, why don't y'all say anything about it? Huh? Huh? Y'all seen it go down right there. Themis just was like, whoa, 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 and he laughed it off, and the conversation continued. Exactly. Exactly. Black women get all type of passes in the black community. I told y'all years ago, and I think Sergeant Lee Pete might have covered it also. Funky Deneva, the cross-dressing brother from, I think he's from down here in South Florida. Cross-dressing LGBTQ brother from down here. I think he got into it with one of these black female celebrities, and he recorded himself saying this, and he actually made mention of it to Claudia Jordan once. Not the story, but like this dynamic where black women threaten LGBTQ black men with not supporting them if LGBTQ black men don't kiss their ass. And he says, you know, y'all essentially use us against straight black men. Funky Deneva and the light-skinned LGBTQ brother that used to do the show with Claudia Jordan, both of them said that to her. And guess what? She literally threatened them right after. If y'all don't believe, I'll find the clip. I'll find it. If I can find it, I'll find it. I'll play it eventually. Huh? Yeah. We already, look, this is something black women do all over the goddamn black community. They do it to the kids. They do it to straight black men. They do it to LGBTQ black folks, black men and black women. They stay threatening. And what's the threat? Kiss our ass or else. They do that to everyone in the black community. Somebody tells you he lying. Claudia Jordan literally did that right after them brothers said, yeah, y'all be using us, y'all use us as a pawn against straight black men. Huh? Kevin Murray, it's even more insidious than that if you really read through the lines. And Kevin Murray says that dingbat Cynthia G thinks she can stop black men from procreating when black men will only go to other races of women. Right, I get what you're saying. It's even more insidious than that. When black, and this is why the Raj report it says what he says about how the black community needs to be reorientated. What Cynthia G is saying, without saying it, is black children are only black children because they come out of black wombs. What Cynthia G is saying is that black children that do not come out of black wombs are not black children. Nameless has spoken to this before. So she's saying your mixed child is not black. Her mixed child is. Not saying Cynthia G doesn't have a mixed child that I know, but I'm saying that's what Cynthia G is saying. So black women can have a child from a white man, a Latino, indigenous man, Indian, South Asian man, anyone, Arab, Middle Eastern. That child is considered black because of her. You, on the other hand, can have a child with a white woman, a Latina, indigenous Latina, East Asian, South Asian, Aboriginal, whoever. It's not considered black because it didn't come through a black woman. Huh? If you read between the lines of what she's saying, that's what she's saying. Yeah, she mentioned LGBTQ stuff. But what she's saying is, well, the child don't count as black if it don't come through a black womb. And I think as black men continue with these conversations and continue to forward black male agenda, that's gonna have to be one of the first things we put on the table. Oh yeah, no, that child is black because I said so. I think black men need to start stressing that because I said so and what you gonna do about it to black women. Huh? I think black men need to start with what black women gonna do, beat you up? No, black women, no, you're gonna have to end up in prison. Either you're gonna do what we say, or you're gonna have to beat us up. You know that ain't gonna happen for 90-95%. Or you're gonna have to murk us and have fun in prison. I'ma love to see y'all lying to the judge. I think black men need to start stressing what you gonna do about it then. And I think this should be one of the first things we do to what you gonna do about it. No, that child is black because I said so. Because that child came through me. I'm the seed. I planted the seed. Huh? No, black women, if you have a problem with it, then do something about it. And there's really only one thing you could do about it, especially that the gates got blown wide open on the interracial marriage thing. The only thing you can do about it is murk black men. Well, huh? And there you go. Huh? And Telescope says, so what? Who died and made her the arbiter of these matters, Z? It's not that she's the arbiter, Telescope. What I will say is Cynthia G represents far more of the thought process of black women. There's a pun in there. The thought process of black women than I think polite black society would like to admit. Huh? I think much of what she's saying is what is at the foundation of when you hear weirdo black women from across the class and educational spectrum, when you hear them say, well, you see black children, the black mixed children that are born from black women, you see the way they act and look how much different they are compared to black children that come from black men. See, the black children that come from black men, the mixed children that come from black men, you know, they have inferiority complex and they don't know this and they don't know that. But you know, because black children, the mixed children that come from black women, all that talk is at the foundation of that is what Cynthia G is saying. Your mixed child is not black, well, because she didn't come from or he didn't come from a black woman. My mixed child, black women, my mixed child is black because it came from a black womb. Black women, you don't get to be black like that. Ooh, God, ooh, Z, ooh, Z, what are you saying, Z? You ain't saying what I think you saying. I'm saying black men decide who's black. Ooh, God damn. And what y'all gonna do about it? Huh? Ooh, God damn. Huh? What you gonna do about it? Send what, that 1 or 2% of white men that got mixed children with y'all at us? Huh? What you gonna do about it? Send that 0.5% of Asian men that got children with y'all to do something about it? Huh? The FD, the days of all this weirdo egalitarian talk is done. The women don't mean it, so that means the men have to take the power. That's it. It's done. Diallo, if you didn't hear that, they don't mean it, Diallo. You got a handful of brothers who end up in these different type of situations, and their wives don't have contempt for them, and they think, oh, well, see, I could do it. Yeah, you great. You are one of like the 15%, maybe 20, not really, percent where your woman might have earned more than you, and she didn't see you no differently, and y'all didn't get into arguments about money like that, and yawn. That's not the case for the masses of black people. The second black women get a chance to condescend to you, they will.
If you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
If y'all want to know why we play these clips over and over again for different people, first, I'm not assuming that they, because when I tag these people, they see it in their mentions on YouTube, so they know that they got tagged or whatever. And you know, Mr. Z is long-winded. We got an hour-long stream, so obviously, I don't think that most of the times they click it. And if they do, the reason why I play those clips is it's essentially Z saying, "And now what?" Because you know the thing is, oh no, I don't know what y'all talking about. And who are the women y'all talking about? That's a select type of women. And I'll play the clips, and so that's Mr. Z's way of saying, now what? So now what? Deny this, boom. Deny this, boom. Deny this, boom. And all the booms are video, 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 video. No? This is why Mr. Z says, let them talk. You let them talk, and all the deniers, the naysayers, you could play it for him and be like, now what? Huh? What was that again? Come again? No? Pause on that one. Huh? Wow. So Diallo could pretend like they don't know. FD, Foreign, Consciously, all of them could pretend like they don't know. I said it, and I meant it when I said it. Until you watch live stream after live stream after live stream of Kevin Samuels, you don't appreciate what's going on in America between black men and black women. You don't get it. Shut the hell up. As bad and as much as I don't like those dudes, until you watch Fresh and Fit, you don't get it. I don't even rock with the white guys in the white manosphere. Until you watch Access Vegas, you don't get it. Until you watch the whatever show, you don't get it. Shut up. It's a whole lot of people talking, being condescending, rude, and sexist towards men, black men specifically, when it comes to men and women, because y'all in some rare air bubble, and you don't appreciate what's out here for everybody else. Working class black men, middle class black men, lower middle class black men, working poor black men, super poor black men. You don't appreciate that. So you talk like black women are some type of infallible in relationship to black men, or that women are infallible in relationship to men, and that what women are looking for is love and care and justice and peace and a kind man. And then we put the microphone, no pun intended, we put the microphone in front of the ladies. And yeah, do we hear some of that? Yeah. Do some of those women mean it? A minority of them? Yeah. Yes. The masses of them? No. And then much of them don't even say that. First thing out their mouth is lifestyle. I want to stress this. At the foundation of all of this is family. Family's not being formed because your daughters are assholes, Diallo. Diallo doesn't literally have daughters. Your daughters are assholes. So if black men who don't know how to articulate themselves well, black athletes who don't know how to articulate themselves well, don't know how to convey the message, or they just don't care, and they say, yeah, we're the snow bunnies. Stop pretending like y'all don't know why. Could it be colorism? Yeah, and oops. Could he have an inferiority complex? Yes, possibly, and could it be white worship? Yeah, possibly, and y'all don't say nothing when the women are on it. Oops. Huh? Or could it be that he grew up around black people in the black community, and y'all mean, asshole, rude, condescending, entitled, consumerist, bully ass daughter off the black girls who can? Could it be that? Y'all heard what Randy Rosario said? She told brothers to get over it. Get over it. Y'all heard what the light skinned one on Dr. Boyce Watkins' channel said? She said, yeah, she might have been a bully when she was younger. So what? Get over it. The black, this is why Mr. Z says let them talk. I'm gonna combine those two and put them on the channel. That's why Mr. Z says let them talk. Black women are admitting to you, yeah, we were bullies. Yeah, we were assholes, and get over it. Yeah, we chose the drug dealer over you. Yeah, get over it. Huh? So at first they were denying they were doing that. Now they're just telling you, yeah, we did it, and what? And so Diallo says, yeah, we should, we you know, it's okay to mock and demean those men when essentially a snow bunny, when a snow bunny or police officer takes them out. Yeah, what about the women that talk like this? Is it okay for us to mock and demean them if one of their white boyfriends take them out? If a random officer takes them out, if they get recorded being arrested while they were doing strange things in the car with their white boyfriend? Shout out to whoever that lady was that was on Django. That black lady that was on Django that was doing something strange in the car with her white boyfriend. And they didn't arrest him. They arrested her, though. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Is it okay if we demean and mock them? Or y'all just gonna keep up with the double standards? That's why Mr. Z's title is what it is. Hypocrisy much? Huh? This is a great comment. And Telescope says, problem is everybody thinks their world is the real world. Diallo thinks manosphere dudes live in a relationship ghetto. I think that's, put it in the book. I think that is a really great phrase. Relationship ghetto. And I think a lot of like the FDs in the I think they really do think that. I think you're right, Telescope. I think a lot of people, they look at the conversations we're having, they look at how the women, they're like, ooh, not me. Well, I'm not gonna worry about that. That's real. When as a matter of fact, I think you just gave me the phrase for what I think Kim Foster thinks when she thinks blue collar and when she thinks a certain when she hears how we speak. I think that's what she was trying to avoid. I think she might have actually avoided it because of the man she has. It's relationship ghetto. It's like, ooh, I didn't do all of this. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't do all of this to end up with one of those niggas. Ew, clearly, we have reached a slight profanity portion of the show. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But yeah, no, I really do think that's what she thinks, and she's avoiding relationship ghetto, right? Oh boy. And when you listen to certain academics speak, I think that's what it is. That's actually a great phrase. Relationship ghetto. What's the young lady name again? I reference her often. I always remember her last name, not her first name. It's something Clark. Darker skin, maybe browner, darker skin. Young lady. She gives air of like upper echelon. But actually, I think she might have come from the bottom. But I think she might have graduated from an Ivy or near Ivy League, and she gives she has like that ambiance of being a select woman in upper echelon. And I'm not even this is necessarily trying to mock her, but I recall watching a clip of her, and somebody give me her name if y'all don't mind. I recall watching a clip of her, and I think she was answering a question on whether she dates black men or whatever, and like her convoluted way of saying not really or no was like, yo, she's of a certain class and she has certain expectations and she moves about a certain way, and so if a man can't meet that, so her weird way of saying like, excuse my language, them niggas are beneath me was, well, so if I remember correctly, she didn't say no, but she did like her best rendition of what Candace Owens did on The Breakfast Club, which is like, yo, I've dated everyone, and I'm open to whatever. I have a high IQ and I speak like this and I like these type of things and I have these type of interests, and and that's their racist, not racist way of saying, I don't F with them niggas. Them niggas are beneath me. Huh? Wow. Huh? So, like I said, you let the ladies talk and they're going to tell you eventually. You let anyone talk, they're going to tell you eventually. But that relationship ghetto, that was, yeah, we got to use that one, Telescope. That's good. That's a really good one. That's true. Huh? Train tracks. Relationship ghetto. And I think your average system may not be on that per se, but especially certain certain black women of a certain background or class or, yeah, no, I do think they think like that. I'm glad you actually gave us that phrase. I do think they think like that. That's how they view us. That's how they view black men. That's how they view black men in the black manosphere in particular. If they know about us, that is. That's how they view blue collar work and being in a relationship with a blue collar black man in particular is the relationship ghetto. Right? I really like that phrase. That was a really good phrase. We got to use that. We got to implore that. Right. So yeah, no. I think. Oh yeah, I have a couple more. And Detroit says, look up to Neoned. Look up to Neoned. I gotta look this up. Something about look up. I gotta look this up. And y'all give me a second. Let me see if I can get up here. Give me a second. All right, y'all. We're back. We're back. But yeah, so yeah, no, I gotta look that up. So yeah. Um, relationship ghetto. You know when somebody says something, you like, oh man, that one right there, right? But yeah, no, the relationship ghetto, that's a good one. It actually explains a lot of behavior and speech. And as a matter of fact, Chrissy, when you listen to her speak about dating black men and how she views dating the masses of black men, um, it's relationship ghetto stuff. And that's actually a bit sad when you think of black people seeing other black people as so beneath them. And we're not talking about like there are black people that you're like, I'd rather not deal with you, right? We know, we know. But when you see your average black person, just your average run-of-the-mill, everyday black person who's just living their life, not a nuisance or a problem, right? And you see them as the relationship ghetto. Why? Because they're not rich. Why? Because they don't move around like a posh white person. Huh? They don't speak with an air of superiority. There's a whole class analysis I think that also needs to be done with the idea that if you're not rich, you're a loser. If you're not rich or aspiring to be rich, you are a loser. I think there has to be a whole class analysis specifically concerning the women, especially in our case, black women, and the idea. And y'all could do the whole what caused it, and the social scientists are going to eventually get to that or whatever. But no, women, namely black women in our case, who have this idea that, well, if you're not rich, then you're a nobody. It's rich or nothing. And we're talking about black women who may be upper middle class or may have advanced degrees, terminal degrees, all the way to black women who are, lower class. Huh? Wow. So once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Gold P says no. Call it ill-behaviored landfill, Gold P. But sweeping all of black women's misbehavior under the rug, call it a ill-behaviored landfill. Yeah, that sounds right. Right. So Gold P, when they're doing this is ill behavior.
Bitch, masa. Bitch, masa. Bitch, masa. Bitch, masa. Bitch, masa.
Ill-behaviored landfill. Yeah. Right. Where's that again? Yeah. Ill-behaviored landfill. Yeah. Those all of those black women looked somewhat young. They look pretty young. I want everybody to understand they're going to be in the workforce. They're going to be in the return line at Target. Mr. Z, what's up with you in the return line in Target? I don't have any traumatizing stories, I promise y'all. But I just like using that example because, well, people be shopping at Target. They're gonna be at the return line at Target. They're going to be your bank tellers, and you have to wonder: is when she shows frustration, when she's curt with you, when she's a bit mean, right? Short sentences, impatient. Is she one of these my massa ass black women? Huh? Is she one of these my massa ass black women? Or is she one of those black women who subscribe to this mentality?
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not gonna go for that.
Right? And God Carnegie is actually really good. And you said run. I think you meant to say ruin, but either way, it fits, right? And Guy Carnegie says, these yitches don't run my day or won't ruin my day. Well, you said don't run my day, so I think you said it the way you meant it. But yeah. But even if you said won't ruin your day, either way it fits. And you're correct. What I'm saying is what informs her and is causing her to maybe, once again, when I said be impatient, be a little bit rude, be curt, is what's causing her to behave that way towards you as a black man. Is it this type of sentimentality? Or these sentiments? I could have said that. I didn't even have to say sentimentality, right? But yeah. There's something to think about. All right. I do believe that they should be left alone. And God Cornelius says, dudes still F these women. Dudes can't turn down ass. Leave them alone. I agree. That part, yeah, I definitely agree with that. Huh. Jay Black. You mean Jason Black? He says, Conguru says, Jay Black called me a loser so many times because I don't have a robot buttering my toast for me. LOL. Right? Red Falls Black says, those are suburban suburban light black chick women doing race play. Yeah, that race play thing, that the fact that black women in America, when America's history, engage in race play with white men, that's so crazy. Black women, because if you looked at this, for many of this, like I watched an extended version of this once. I was trying to search for it, I couldn't find it, and for some of them, you could see the white guy was like, he didn't know that was coming. He wasn't. She was the one who was like, she played the music, and you could see once he realized, he did the nervous laugh, the nervous smirk, or he pushed her off. There's an extended version of that shows like how the white young men were responding, right? And so this goes back to the clip I played for y'all a few times where the black women want to engage in slave play and the white man didn't, and so it ended up in a physical altercation. But that's frightening that we live in a country with America's history, white folks' history with black folks, white men's history with black women on plantations and off of plantations. During slavery, during Jim Crow, right up until now, and you have black women in the country with chattel slavery as its history, as its foundation. You have black women who are using slave play iconography, slave play, as a way to be humorous in relationship with white men. That's just frightening, yo. Huh? That's just frightening. Saint Cyr, send it to me. Let me see if I could download it and maybe review it right now. And Saint Cyr says, "You have a clip about a white woman calling out one of her black girlfriends for being into race play. I'm gonna send it to you again because it's a gem." Yeah. Diallo, do you see this? And Diallo is definitely not still listening, right? Abe, oh, I don't know. I definitely think there is some. It could be 50-50. I don't know if it's most, but yeah, no, I definitely agree that it's disproportionate to the amount of Caribbean women that there is in America. And Abo says, let's be honest, it's usually African or Caribbean immigrants who date white dudes and play the race play thing. Right? Man. This is what I'm saying. And Els Actor says, using slave play to connect with white men is beyond wild. We live in a world where black women who used to be let's say it better, black women who female descendants and male descendants, excuse me, I'm still saying that wrong. Black women who ancestors, male and female, used to be property of white men and who used to be sexually assaulted by white men. You fast forward a couple centuries, and the great granddaughters of black women who used to be sexually assaulted by white men and were forced to practice certain sex acts on white men, the descendants of those black women on those plantations now want to reenact those same sex acts willingly with the descendants of the white men who were forcing themselves onto those black women and who gave those black women no choice but to perform those sex acts. Black women now want those white men to perform those sex acts willingly. Oh my God. Huh? Wow. We live in a topsy-turvy world, everyone. Telescope says slave play is cooking cubed. It's beyond cooked. It's beyond cooked. It's cooking cubed. Oh man, we live in a world where black women used to be forced, because were there Negro bed wenches on plantations? I believe, obviously, duh, right? But for the most part, I would argue black women were being forced to practice certain acts on plantation owners and their sons and the overseers, the white male overseers, etc., right? Against their will. Cool. You fast forward a little over a century and a half, And now you have black women who are initiating those type of acts with the descendants of those same white men who used to force them. Wow. Telescope said, damn predictive text. But Telescope, it made sense, though. That's why I kept on. I thought you said this on purpose. He said, slave play is cooked cubed. Right? It made sense to Z. Right? Man. And Gold Professor says, and thank you for the super chat, let all of them live in and guard that ill-behaviored landfill. Look, the black community has to really get a handle on the behavior of its daughters. Y'all could spend some time critiquing your daughter's behavior, because y'all are hyper focused on your sons, right? And let me see if I think Saint Sir said he has some. Give me a second, y'all. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, Saint Cyr, I've seen that video before. I've seen it before. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Give me a second. Let's do this. Let me see. Give me a second. We're going to try to find a way. Give me a second. Let's see if we could add that. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. What them likes look like? Let me see what them likes look like. Let's see. Let's see. All right, can you guys hear me? Got kicked out of my own stream. It happens. It happens. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Give me a second. Let me do this. And hopefully you guys can hear this. Okay, let's put the background back up and what? Oh yeah, how did Mr. Z forget this? Let's do this again one more time. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And Golpi, thank you once again for that super chat. And hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me get a. Okay, so Name said he does. All right, so I'm assuming if Name is all the way in Norway, he can hear me. Y'all can hear me too. So there we go. All right. Let's play this, and we're gonna talk about it because once again, Mr. Z. Oh, wait a minute, it's gone. It was here. I guess let's try that one more again. Y'all give you a second. Y'all give Z 1 second. Let's just say Civil War. Telescope, this is a good comment. Telescope says some white men like to reenact bloody Civil War battles. Black women are indeed the white men of the black community. No, don't let them hear that, because they swear it's black men. And here y'all go. And thank you for this, Sincere. And let's play this. Yep, it's sad, y'all. It's sad. Here we go.
My black girlfriend just had relations with a man who does a plantation voice with her. They have role played, and this man used a plantation slave voice with her. And she texted me this morning that she misses him. The same girl who shat on me for liking a man on food stamps is black and likes a man who used a plantation slave voice because she thinks he's funny. Let's talk about self-love, girly.
Wow. Yep. 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 Huh? There's a theme going on here. There is a theme going on here. I'll give you a second because we gonna flesh this out again. Jesus Christ, Z, you can't keep torturing us with these goddamn clips, Z. You can't keep doing this to us. You know, there's a theme here, right? Y'all give me a second. There is a theme here with these weirdo people in this slave play in this thing. What black women? I don't know what y'all got going on with these white guys, right? So we'll play these clips. Here you go. Here you go. Let's do this. Let's play this once again. Let's play it in order. Hopefully this is done. Oh, yep, perfect. All right. And here we go.
Sup. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa. Bitch, my masa.
My black girlfriend just had relations with a man who does a plantation voice with her. They have role played, and this man used a plantation slave voice with her. And she texted me this morning that she misses him. The same girl who shat on me for liking a man on food stamps is black and likes a man who used a plantation slave voice because she thinks he's funny. Let's talk about self-love, girly.
Black Florida woman whose white boyfriend was arrested after slave and slaver domestic spat denies alleged racial component. The black girlfriend of a white man who was arrested during a domestic spat in Bradenton, Florida last week has issued with a police report implying there was a racial component to an argument between the pair after she asked if he wanted to play slave and slaver. She also doesn't want him prosecuted for simple battery. Kenneth Atkins was arrested August 6 after he and his girlfriend of 3 years, Ashley Edwards, became involved in a heated quarrel in which, according to Edwards, Atkins made a comment that prompted her to say, "Oh, you want to play slave and slaver?" According to the report from the Manatee County Sheriff's Department, it was a black and white issue. Ashley stated she wanted to play slave and slaver because she is African American and he is Caucasian, according to an affidavit submitted by police. Kenneth did not wish to partake and became verbally aggressive. Edwards, 36, told the Daily News by phone Wednesday that she made that comment, but it was meant as a dominatrix thing rather than in a racial way. She says she called 911 the night of the incident because Atkins was acting crazy and I didn't want anything to do with it. The Daily News flash. Once cops arrived, Edwards said she simply wanted her boyfriend removed from her apartment. Edwards said she and Atkins both talked to police, who, according to her, overstated the slave and slaver comment. That report also said Atkins, 37, spat in Ashley's face, which she said should be taken literally. "He spit towards me, but didn't do anything to me," she said. "If he did that, I would have pressed charges." Edwards said she's hit Atkins in the past, but claims he's never responded physically and that she doesn't want to see a battery charge on his record, which according to the smoking gun, includes a pending theft charge involving a Florida Walmart. He shouldn't have been arrested, she said of last week's confrontation. According to the police report, Atkins denied the allegations and or any other physical confrontation. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office hasn't returned a request for comment.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that you know, women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, etc., we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. You know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than say white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well.
My black girlfriend just had relations with a man who does a plantation voice with her. They have role played, and this man used a plantation slave voice with her. And she texted me this morning that she misses him. The same girl who shat on me for liking a man on food stamps is black and likes a man who used a plantation slave voice because she thinks he's funny. Let's talk about self-love, girly.
For those of you that remember Z saying before, these women gonna start calling y'all out. And for those of you that remember Z saying, your white homegirls are snitching y'all out. Y'all Latina homegirls are snitching y'all out. Exhibit A. Listen to what she said. She was feeling a guy on food stamps. I'm not sure if she was saying when she said it might have been a black guy, it might have been a white guy. I'm not sure. But either way, she liked a guy on food stamps, and her black homegirl, her black girlfriend, was like essentially ill no, but her black girlfriend was being called all type of N-word in the bedroom. Slave play in the bedroom, N-word in the bedroom. Ooh, and your white homegirl calling you out. I said it. White girls be snitching y'all out. Dear black women. Huh? Sad. Huh? And Kevin Murray says, Becky is trying to keep Keisha from making a fool out of herself. You remember let me see if I can find it. Y'all give me a second. If I can find it. Give me 1 second. If I could find it, that'd be great. But I'm gonna have to take something off. I'll just make reference to it. The clip of the young lady who said she did whatever with the white frat bro. If y'all recall, she said something like one of her girlfriends was setting her straight, like how embarrassing it is for you as a black woman to be going through this with a white dude, white frat bro. Yep. Black women are willing to go through it, and I don't even think that's exclusively a black woman thing, to be honest with you. I think a lot of women of color are willing to go through it when it comes with the white dude. Huh? We already know. See if I can find it. I'm looking for it. No, I think it's gone. I have it here somewhere. I just don't remember where. Yeah, that's a no-go. Yep. And if y'all remember the white Brazilian guy, that what was it? The white Brazilian guy that was messaging the women back, and the one that said I'll put lemon pepper on it, weird stuff. Yeah. Hey, the internet will expose us all. And Buckeye fan says, watch for the push for positive masculinity in media. Okay. What is it called? For the push for positive masculinity? For the push for. Okay. Is that on Netflix or Yahoo? Is that on Netflix? Is that on YouTube? Is that on right? And thank you for the super chat, Buckeye fan. Thank you for the super chat. And I'll get to that. I might get to that before I get to your goddamn TLC stream. Goddamn Z. Oh, by the way, talking about things that need to be done, y'all check out my community tab, or the community tab, I have a review of the Paul memo on there. Not that I did, but that was done. So that you can add that to the archive of when I finally get around to the Paul memo. Shout out to Compassion and Callous. That's gonna be probably one of the things I cover also. So you can add that to the Paul, right? But it's in my community tab. Um, and once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And let me know where to find that. Well, I can actually Google that too, so you might not have to let me know. I'll Google it and see where I can find that. He says, once again, watch for the push for positive masculinity in media, and I will. And Cam Mess says, and thank you for the super chat. Do black women realize that black boys see how black women treat black men? Ah. You mean like
That if
this?
you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
You mean like
I
this?
miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Ah. Huh? I'm not even gonna play the heavy set sister. I'm gonna spare y'all. I know for many of y'all like, Z, please don't play the next one. Please don't play the next one. I won't do it. I'll leave y'all. Right? No, I didn't. Not yet. Not yet. Mr. Sick to you, that's wishful thinking. Not yet. Look, when I tell y'all Mr. Z be on the run, like y'all hear me streaming, y'all see when I have to pause, y'all, reckless streams, right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But man, when I tell y'all Z be on the run, for real. And Mr. Sick to you says, Z, did I hear you here on a previous stream you were finally able to check out Killer of the Flower Moon? No, not yet. Right, not yet. Okay, and Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat. I mean, FD, Jason Wilson, Diallo, and Walls. Okay, so that's on YouTube. You're saying? I'm guessing. Okay, yeah. I'm just. I'll look it up. Right, and thank you for the super chat once again, Buckeye fan. Thank you for the super chat, and finishing up what Cam Mess was saying here, and he says, "Do black women realize that black boys see how black women treat black men? Either it's a blind spot or arrogance. Either way, they're gonna pay." Both of them. Both? No, I think it's both. Truly, no, I think it's both. I think there's an arrogance there. There's a assumption that black men, for the most part, are going to end up with black women anyway, and I agree with that. For the most part, in the foreseeable future, I still think that's going to be a thing. For the foreseeable future. But the arrogance of assuming that you're going to raise your son a certain way, or your nephew, and they're just going to walk in the door with a black woman or a black girl when they're younger, black woman when they're older. Yeah, no. Right? So they're going to arrogance. And the blind spot is just the assumption, once again, that you are the moral compass, the moral center of the universe. And if you impart that onto your sons and your nephews and your grandsons, et cetera, your god cousins, that's the direction they're going to go. They're going to know better than to bring a non-black girl home, a non-black woman home, because you would have told them no matter what. And to be frank with you, the issue is that the black community just doesn't produce enough not asshole black girls and women. It's that simple. Right? Indigo says, ZB broadcasting with gorilla/pirate radio swag. Look, man, ducking and dodging, moving and grooving, ducking and dodging. For real. For real. All jokes aside, right? Man. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. And Buckeye Fence says no. How they'll be used against the red pill space. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't see us going anywhere short of all social media banning us, like banning any type of gender speak whatsoever, because they can't just ban the men. Yeah, they could. This is you gotta be careful with that word. Can't. True. They could do it one-sided. Yes, that is true. That is definitely true. But short of that, these people could send whoever they want. Whoever wants to engage with us can try. The reason why the Black manosphere, for the most part, won't go anywhere is because Black men and Black women are interacting with each other. And this is where Black men get to compare notes, get some wisdom about them, right? And get to hear some honesty, not that little cookie cutter soft crap they do it in other spaces and other places and other conversations where they're actually raising the boys to eat and deal with Black women's misbehavior. That's why they come over here in the first place, right? So they could send Diallo, they could send FD. FD is making his money right now. He's about to touch 1 million subscribers soon. FD's at 900 and some odd thousand subscribers, y'all. He'll go to touch 1 million. FD making his money. Every once in a while, he might come snooping over here or whatever, but he's out there making projects or doing projects where he's making guap. That Drake versus Kendrick beef, what, 2 damn near 3 hour long think piece he put out some months ago, that really catapulted his channel. So yeah, he was already on the incline. He was already, going, but now he's going. Yeah. So FD maybe snoop around here every once in a while. He's taking Lil Bill up with him. Foreign is attached. Consciously is somewhat attached. So yeah, they gonna blow up. They're gonna do their whole cornbread tube thing over there, make their money. But to be frank with you, and let Mr. Z say this again for the 1,000,000th time, none of that means anything if y'all can't get someone to subsidize Black women or a Black woman, an individual Black woman or Black women. None of what y'all talking about, FD could get 10 million subscribers. If that marriage rate doesn't increase for Black women, or if Black women can't get them a goddamn sugar daddy to subsidize their life, none of that means anything. All you would have done was make Black men move in silence more. And at best, using FD's words, I do not agree with these words, be quote unquote less antagonistic to Black women. That's all. And that means nothing if Black women are out here struggling, starving, and having to be 4 deep in one house. Huh? Hey, this is exactly my point. And Vince says, someone got to pay for these 304s. Huh? Just saying. Huh? None of that means anything. Buckeye fan, let me actually highlight that again. And Buckeye fan says, no, how they'll be used against the red pill space. It don't mean nothing. None of that means anything. Y'all can wipe the whole Black manosphere out on all media platforms. None of that mean anything if y'all daughters ain't getting married or have some man somewhere paying for them, paying some type of bill for them. If that's not happening, anything else you do is a waste. FD could have every Black man in America listening to him. That don't mean anything if Black women ain't getting married. If somebody's not, if y'all don't start to increase Black men marrying Black women and paying their way through life, none of it means any of it. None of it means any of it. Z, that's what you want to go with. That's the new phrase. That's what we're gonna say, right? Vince says, my current girl agrees with that statement. Oh man, right? Leon says, I'm so confused about Lil Bill's position. I think he made a clarification. He said something on FD's most recent think piece, something like he's kind of stuck in the middle because he came from the bottom. and like he's not one of these bourgeois Negroes. And if you listen to him speak, he's not. He's an around the way brother. But at the same time, because of his education level and in some of the circles he's able to kind of powwow with maybe a little bit, he's somewhat part of that. So he's kind of stuck in the middle. And that's I'm using those words. I don't remember if those were the words he used, but that's the sentiment. So I think I have a better understanding of Lil Bill after he said that on was that FD's channel or was that his own channel? That was FD's channel. That was FD's channel. One of FD's channels at least, right? Yeah. Earth said Earth said, I was about to say FD. Earth said, black women have not made themselves more attractive since 1985. Jesus. That's 4 decades, bro. That's 4 decades. Jeez. Huh? And Mr. Shook to you says, Mr. Shook to you says, has anyone ever been to a house where 4 women are staying together and are relatives? I have. He says, I have, and they share everything. Oh man. Hey, bruh. When you say everything, I would like you to direct your eyes to the screen, Mr. Shook to you. When you say they share everything, do you mean they share everything? And that share everything, because there's 2 ways to take that share everything. There's the share everything as in gadgets and toys, and there's the share everything like maybe somebody has a friend and the other 3 want to get in on sharing the friend. Wink, wink, nod, nod. So when you say everything, which one do you mean, or do you mean both of them? And if you mean both of them, one of those, both of them, is more ill than the other one, and it's not the one y'all thinking. Revel out, see where I'm going. Oh man. Kevin Murray said for research purposes, and Kevin Murray says, where can I find such a house? For research purposes, I hear you. Revel out, see where I'm going. He says, I hope they clean it before use. Hey, if they're sharing everything, right? I do hope they clean it before use. Oh man. Just saying. Hey, look, tunnels got to get dug, I guess. Now that we reached that triple X portion of Mr. Z's channel, huh? Better uses. The box beater 9600 Pro is good. They gotta get their own. They gotta get their own. Shout out to Lion. That was impromptu Saturday, and I was like, Lion, you gotta use your advertiser voice, and he did a really good job. Shout out to Lion, wherever you are, brother. Shout out to Lion. Better you put the super chat up, and I said, Lion, you gotta read it. Lion read it, and when I said put the advertiser voice, he did a good job. Shout out to Lion. But better you says the box beater 9600 Pro, hysterical. That actually sounds like a real gadget. That actually sounds like one. The box beater 9600 Pro sounds like an Apple product. Man. Indigo said they out there saying, let me borrow it. Hysterical. Oh man. And Leon says, yeah, Budsy, like really, the struggle to frame Love and Basket, for example, chaotic romanticism from a story of middle class black families. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's all right. And Mr. Shook to you says they like to watch. Whew, I'm gonna leave that one. They like to watch, cheerlead, hooting and hollering like somebody killing them, opening doors naked, etc. Hey, hey, just saying. Just saying. Huh? Ah, I'm waiting to read a comment because I need something to come up first before pause before I do that. Let's do this. Y'all give Z a second. If I could. There we go. There we go. Man. And KMS says, Black women have reached their asshole market cap. They act like they don't know, but they know. I think women in the West have reached their asshole market cap. I think Black women in particular, because we're in relation to them, because of our relation to them, better yet, I think we feel that more viscerally. But I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. But I think that's a Western woman thing, an American woman thing even more, and then a Black woman thing even more. So yeah, no, I agree. I agree. That asshole market cap. They don't, but I don't know how much they appreciate that though. That's why I will disagree, KMS. I don't think they really appreciate that they reached their market cap for that. Huh? I think they realize that they're assholes exhibited by what BGS presented to us yesterday, right? I think they realize that they're assholes. I don't think they realize they reached a market cap. Once again, I think when Black women say sexism, I think when black women, when they say sexist, what they're saying in reality is I should be my quote unquote authentic self, which is an asshole feminist. And what's sexist about the men, Black men in particular, is that y'all won't accept me and pay for me to be an asshole feminist, right? Like, so when we say market cap, I think Black women appreciate and know that they're mean and snarky and rude and assholes. They know that they are. I agree with that. I don't think they appreciate that men don't have to deal with that. And that's why we're not dealing with that. And once again, like you're saying, they reach their market cap of that. Right? So yeah. I think that's the issue. I think we see that. Forget media and mass media with the celebrities and the parasocial relationships a lot of us have with these content creators. In your own personal lives, when you look at the marriage rate, when you look at the divorce rate, all of that says the same thing. It's all following the same line. And that line is what you're saying, KMS, is that Black women and increasingly non-Black women have reached or are reaching their asshole market cap. And there's a pun in there, by the way. I caught it. Leaving that alone. They have reached their asshole market cap, and the men just simply don't have to deal with it. Right? So we don't have to deal with it. It's that simple. But I don't think they appreciate or know that. I think they know they're assholes, but they think we have to eat it. And or better yet, they see that we're not. They don't realize they reached their market cap, and there is no reversing this until they change their behavior. And even if they do, it might be too late. And so going back to it, I'm going to continue to push this. When Black women say sexist and when they say Black men are sexist, I would argue the masses of Black women, you got to push them so they can express it. Sexist for them, especially for the Dr. Sabrina Springs, for them is that men won't accept their asshole snarkiness and still fund them. That's why when you saw her speaking to what's his name? Oh my god, it's right there. Jordan Lee Peterson. When you heard her speaking to whatever his name Peterson, you see her say they want slim and pliant and what she's saying is no, I should not have to be pliant. I should be who I am, my authentic self, and we couple up and we're quote unquote partners. I'm not accepting your partnership. I know what come with that. What come with that is your asshole nature and behavior that you're gonna pass off as quote unquote partnership of equals. Hell no. And that's what the men are saying in behavior. Hell no. And that's why women writ large, black women specifically, are throwing a fit. You should be made to be with me and deal with who I am the way I am. And I should be allowed to show up as my quote unquote authentic self. Yeah. Okay, so it is Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you, Vince. Yeah, it is. Okay. I always mess up with his name because I almost feel like I'm saying the that white preacher's name. Right? Yeah. Man. Yeah, I saw Dr. Chris Marsh. I saw her slipping and sliding when she was confronted with the hypocrisy. Right? I saw it. And but I get what she was saying because she could get into technicalities and into semantics because there's a difference between standards and what was she saying that the black community engages in with black women? Was she saying shaming? She didn't say shaming. There was a word she used or a phrase she used. Because standards is what women writ large, black women specifically, hide behind for their like what they won't go for and all the exclusions, right? But what she was saying was a bit different in what society engages in with police, exactly, police. So yeah, policing, exactly. Thank you, Els Active. Thank you, Indigo. Thank you. So policing and standards are different. So I get what she was saying, but he still caught her up in the hypocrisy of it all, right? So what he was forwarding is there's some hypocrisy here, but he missed her by it was like he was a bit too early. He needs to wait. He pretty much he closed the bear trap a little too early. He closed it and still caught her shoe. But if you're like a debater, if you're good at this, she was able to if you're really listening, she was able to wiggle her feet out. It caught her shoe. It caught her shoe though, right? The message was still conveyed to Z, the hypocrisy of it all. So so his message was still conveyed, right? But he didn't wait long enough. He didn't really get her foot. The bear trap ain't really catch her foot and caught her shoe, but her shoe is still stuck in the bear trap. But she was able to wiggle her feet out. So yeah, right. But it's the difference between, because once again, women are talking about their quote unquote standards, and they use that as an exclusionary tool, which okay, it's their right, it's their prerogative. But what she was saying was these things that people use as shaming tactics to police women's behavior, right? And this is the thing that I would forward to Dr. Chris Marsh. And the problem with policing women's behavior is what? We live in a society where we need people to do certain things to be good citizens, tax-paying citizens. And we socialize and raise people to move a certain way because we can't have you too far out the box because you're going to mess things up. And if too many people are too far out the box, you're really going to mess things up. Now, there are racial elements to this. There are class elements to this. There are education and gender dynamic elements to this. There are sexuality elements to this, all of that. And as Black people, we know what it's like to be on the receiving end of the power dynamic that says, hey, we can't let you do that because you're going to mess things up. Granted. With that said, yes, ma'am, we are policing black women's behavior. And the problem, as a matter of fact, rewind, Z, no, we're not. That's the problem. Rewind, we're not policing black women's behavior, and that's the problem. We need to police black women's behavior. You actually have it backwards, Dr. Chris Marsh. I would argue. I would argue the problem is that we're not policing black women's behavior. And even if I'm to concede, I will say we're not policing black women's behavior enough, but it's not even that. We're not policing black women's behavior at all. If we were policing black women's behavior, black women would have a higher marriage rate and a higher marriage rate, lower divorce rate. More children born in wedlock. More intact nuclear families. More children going to college for degrees that matter. Yeah. Thank you, Indigo. Black women do what they want, so I don't know what she's talking about. But this goes right back to around to what I was saying. When black women say sexist, what do they actually mean? Black women do what they want. Huh? Black women do what they want. That is true. And that should be subsidized. Black women do what they want, and they should still magically end up with the man that they deem fit. So what is sexist about the black community, and what is sexist about black men specifically, and what is sexist about white men is that white men, black men, and the overall society says, yeah, those hot girl summers, those a zillion tattoos, those I don't need no mans, those I'm going to school and I'm hyper focusing on my books because I'm socially awkward, so I don't really want to deal with men right now. Oh crap, now I'm 32 and I have the degree and I have the career, and now I want to get married, but I didn't work on my personality, so I'm as interesting as a goddamn cardboard box. All of those years of doing all of those things, black women should still have access to black men, white men, all of the bounty of society, as if they cared about these things in the first place. Right? So yes, black women do what they want, and when black women are saying, I should be able to do what I want and still get all of the things, as if I would have followed this path of quote unquote femininity, and this path of being quote unquote chaste, and this path of being, right, a person that plays within bounds. Black women want to play out of bounds. Okay, I get it. We're black, and I understand being a black woman in a white hegemonic society, and then being compared to white women and what that means for. I get that, understandable. But y'all go way out of bounds. Fine, defy the rules. Okay, cool, and they get mad that you still don't get the results. Because as Kim Foster said, it doesn't matter. As Drake said, nice for what, right? Nice for what? It doesn't matter. For all the women that say, it don't matter if you're a good girl. For all of those that say, excuse my language, the hoes are winning. Okay, fine. The 3 or 4s are winning. You went through your quote unquote 3 or 4 phase. Did you win? Did you win? Okay, you didn't even get the wedding ring. Did you get the Tesla Model 3 though? Okay, you went through your 3 or 4 phase. Did you get the Tesla Model 3? Did you get the 3 Series at least? Did you at least get that? Did you get the Louis bag? Did you at least get the Louis bag? These women be spending years in this quote unquote phase, the 3 or 4 phase, right? Did you at least get an expensive bag out the deal? Did you at least get a car paid off? I ain't even gonna go to the house. I'm not even gonna go to the house. That's a lot. That's a lot. Did you at least get the $4,000, $5,000 bag? Did you at least get that? Okay, did you get at least, okay, do you have the $50,000 car paid off? The $60,000, $70,000 car? No. So y'all went through this phase, and what you got out of that is a sticky back. Huh? Hey, this is a word. And Vince said, secure nothing and still insecure. Hey, Trell, Vince trying to come for your spot, Trell. KMS low key. Indigo been there. Indigo been nipping at your heels, but Vince trying to knock you and Indigo out. This is a good one. Vince is secure nothing and still insecure. Whew. Man. That's a bar. Bars. That's a bar. I want to clip one of the bars, but everybody has like a meme, right? Compassion has a meme for bars. Who else has one for bars? Dr. Jared Ball has one for bars. But I know which one I want to clip out for bars. But everybody got one for bars. I don't want to be another person with bars. But mine's gonna be different though. But still, same, but different, right? Bars.
We are same, but different, but still same.
Huh? But that's a bar. That's a bar. Secure nothing and still insecure. I mean, I guess they got a couple of nice dinners. Maybe. If you didn't even secure that, then goddamn. I don't know what to tell you. And that's the basement. That's the bottom of the bottom. Right? That's what she called it. Sticky back, you wowsy. Right? A sticky back in a pearl necklace, if you get what I'm saying. Right? Right? A sticky, I could do this all day, y'all. A sticky back pearl necklace, right? A beard that you could wash off. Ooh, goddamn, see. Just saying. A painted on beard that you could wash off. So if that's all you got from your quote unquote 304 phase, your whole phase, then all right. Just saying. You see, neighbor, that's funny. Now that's funny, neighbor. Now that's funny. Now that's hysterical. Neighbor got the joke. Neighbor came with the jokes today. Now that's hey, neighbor. This is you got to put this on your pantheon of funnies because that's hysterical. Where is it? Where is it? And neighbor says remnants of a busted pipe. Now, hey, that's funny. Man, that's funny. And that's all it is. Whether you have the washable, well, the whether you got your face painted, we'll say that, right? The wash on, wash off beard, whether it's the sticky back, whether it's the pearl necklace, where it's the happy trail going from your belly button. Either way, if that's all you have to show for it, right? Hey, Mr. Shook to you says winning equal bragging / stunting to their homegirls based on nothing but lies. And there you go. And there you go. All right. And Gold P, I did not forget about you. And Gold Professor says, Gold P says, I have a saying. I'm not a pimp, but I know policies and procedures. Let's read that again. I'm not a pimp, but I know policies and procedures coined by Gold P. I suggest all of you brothers learn them as well. Yes, I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. Man. And KMS says black women want to be Genghis Khan in the relationship, minus the accountability part. Who the F is signing up for that? No one. That's their problem. That's women's problem. That's black women's problems specifically. No one. We're not doing it. And so Dr. Sabrina Springs miss us with the partner talk. We don't believe you. We don't believe women. We don't believe black. Let me say it. Let me just be 100% with y'all. The second you say partner, if in anywhere in that conversation is anything about provider or money or anything that gives Z any idea that there will be a disproportionate financial burden on Z, you're a liar and a hypocrite. It's done. Y'all lucky y'all caught Z in the dating scene when y'all did. Shout out to Ms. Z. Because if I was yikes. No one's signing up for that KMS. That's the issue. That's the issue the ladies have. No one's signing up. No one believes them. Right? That's the ladies' issue. No one believes them. And I agree with Gold P right here. Detroit, you know what? I would do it. I would do it. I would do it. I would. I would. I would. I've seen her in certain hairstyles. I'm like, yeah, I would. I would. I would. I would enjoy it too. I would. I wouldn't even be embarrassed. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be embarrassed. I wouldn't. Right. Not even gonna lie to y'all. Look, Mr. Z is honest about what I would do and what I wouldn't do with who. Yes, I would. I would. Right. And be, unless it was trash, and be happy about it. Yeah. I would. And if y'all honest, like 80% of y'all would too. Yeah. Somebody tell Z he lying. I'm just saying. I want somebody to tell Z he lying. I'm talking about based off of looks alone. I'm not talking about the politics of it all. Just saying. Mr. Z, we hate when you do that, Z. We hate when you do that because you're right. 80% of us would. Exactly. Somebody tell Z he lying. I'm just saying. Huh? I would, Detroit. I would. Just saying. I'm just telling the truth. I would. Right. Just just saying. This TMI moment right there. I would. Mr. Shook to you said I'm pulling on the weed. Look, I seen her in different hairstyles that look way better because some of that stuff is just black women. It's like y'all have all the components naturally. Y'all have it, and then y'all fumble it. Y'all fumble it with the weight. Y'all fumble it with the weird ass hairstyles. Y'all fumble it with the goddamn freaking fans y'all call eyelashes. Y'all just right, man. But like I said, I seen her in certain hairstyles. I'm like, yeah, I would. Right. And once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Right. And let me see if there was something I wanted to play one more game. This is the question, right? And Vince is, why don't they just be themselves? That's a BGS question right there. Because I think even only BGS could even only speculate. We really think it's the myth of white womanhood. I'll go to that. I think that looms so large in their imagination. They hate what they see in the mirror. They swear it's us. We don't. And they hate what they see in the mirror because in the mirror, what's looking back at them isn't a white woman. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you said that out loud. I meant it. Huh? This is what I'm saying, L's Active. This is what I'm saying. L's Active says because they don't like being black. Right? Mr. Shook to you says, I'm missing out. I've never been with the wig wearer. Hysterical. L said they even get lip fillers. You imagine the people with the prettiest lips, biggest lips on the planet getting lip fillers. Y'all are on drugs, bro. Black women, y'all are on drugs. There's something. Is it the braids? Y'all are on drugs, ladies. I don't even understand what's going on here. Black women have ass, they go get more ass. Black women have lips, they go get lip fillers. Jesus Christ. Just saying. Exactly. Eric Demon says they don't like themselves. Imagine this, right? Imagine you don't like what you see in the mirror, but others like you, but the ones that like you, you don't like, and the ones that you like don't like you. Huh? And then you push away the ones that do like you, and then you get mad that the ones that did like you are liked by other people. You see that mess that I just drew for y'all? What? Huh? You want to know why they sound goddamn schizophrenic and crazy? You see that mess that I just drew for y'all? Els Active says, isn't that every romance film? I'm just saying. KMS says, sounds like every chick I ever met. Huh? Marjorie Taylor Greene, bro. That ain't, if that, bro, that is a very unattractive white woman, bro. That is a very, I know she's fit, whatever, but face? Nah. And her voice? Whew. Bruh. Shout out to whoever. Apparently, was that really? Because I heard rumors of that. I'm not sure about that, so I'm gonna ask you guys. Was it really her boyfriend that was the one that asked Zelensky why he wasn't wearing a suit when they were in the Oval Office? Or maybe not the Oval Office, when they were having the meeting with Trump? Was that really her boyfriend that asked that? Shout out to him. Shout out to you, because you look at that face, bro. Yeah. Bleach blonde weave. Shout out to bad body, bleach blonde, bad body, bad built. Oh man. Yeah. Vince hysterical. Huh? But yeah, on that note, I wanted to play something one more again. What did I want to play? Oh, okay. There was a comment a brother said earlier, and I wanted to play this for him. Wait a minute. Damn it, if I could find it. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Indigo said beatboxing and box eating hysterical. Let me see if I can find that. Give me a second. Give me a second, you guys. Wait a minute. I'm trying to see what the hell I was trying to remember. When we were over here talking about the Box Beater 9000 Pro, right? It was around here somewhere. Damn it. Well, I'll play it anyway. Here you guys go.
Serious talk right now. Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay, and before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
Mr. Shatim says Box Beater 9000 Pro. Hey, that Rose toy is the Box Beater 9000 Pro. You used it so much you numbed yourself. Jesus. I am just glad that we are here. It took me a few years to get my footing. I'm still trying to get my footing. Shout out to those of you who have been bearing with me since the beginning. Shout out to my day ones. Shout out to all the content creators who have helped me, who come by and talk to us. Shout out to Dr. Thunder for Saturday. BGS was helped push my channel. The Rodri Report. Everyone. Ed, Charles Faulkner Jr., Gold Professor, Roguish, Nameless. Oh God, Z, you about to go on forever. Okay. Yeah, I have the clips now. The women are still talking, and it is a great feeling to be vindicated. It's kind of sad because you kind of wish you were wrong, but it is a great feeling to be vindicated. But like I said, I told y'all about them toys. And there you go. I told y'all that their non-black homegirls was gonna start snitching them out, and we have the footage of that. I told them the white guys were gonna start snitching them out. We have the footage of that. Yeah. I said it was their inferiority complex. We have the footage of that. All of it. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. I've been talking about neoliberalism. I've been talking about consumerism. Shout out to Rogish for remembering that. And we have the evidence that the environment is changing. And yeah. And Mr. Z is going on his I told you so tour right now, apparently. Yeah. Right? Revelot says Box Beater 9000 Pro, the number. Hysterical. Right? That's a good one, Detroit. That's a good one. And he says Dr. Ron O'Neill, Tupac. That's a good one. That's a good one. Right? Yeah. Kanguru says going out of her way to look like a white woman who is copying black women is crazy work. Hey. Say that. Huh? Oh, and Neighbor says, you mean Brian Glenn? Yes, it was him. So he was the one that asked Zelensky why he didn't wear a suit. Hey, shout out to whoever you are, Mr. Glenn. I don't know about your lady's body, but that face though, oh my God. Shout out to you for looking at, hey, bro, at least where she stands right now, she could take off the goddamn eyelashes. But yeah, I would rather look at Jasmine Crockett's face every day, all day before looking at Marjorie Taylor's face. It's not even close. It's not even a competition. Any day, all day, every day. Right? It's I don't even know why I mentioned it because it's not even a competition. Right? Shout out to Mr. Glenn because, bruh, you're doing the Lord's work. Huh? Jesus. You're doing the Lord's work. Shout out to you for looking at that face and hearing that voice. Jesus. Oof. That voice is like scratching on a chalkboard. Huh? Man. Somebody actually said it for me, right? And there we go. And Dr. D says, what Jasmine Crockett actually said was bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. Exactly. Thank you, Dr. D. Thank you. Right? Oh, he's the one who filed for divorce. And Namath says, have you ever seen Marjorie Taylor Greene's smile? It's plastic. No wonder her ex-husband filed for divorce. Yeah, she might have stepped out on him too. You never know. Right. Okay, on that note, you guys, look, Mr. Z doing way too much. We got things to do. Actually, Mr. Z does have things to do. So Diallo definitely didn't listen this long. We've like freestyle for the last like hour and a half, 2 hours. So we'll pause right here. I put out these streams. I know these people don't listen to the whole thing. If I could at least, I'm gonna really start working on at least, because I know I'm gonna freestyle at towards the end of my streams. I know we're gonna have comments. I'm Mr. Z gonna read them, the super chats and whatnot. But I'm gonna really work on getting my message out within between the first 30 minutes to an hour, right? Um, really like stress and get the important materials out within the first hour at least, right? Or at the most, better yet. Because if we're gonna have people maybe responding to us, or even if they're not, if we're gonna have these out there so that people could maybe have something to think about when they're, excuse me, going against us or disagreeing with us, then I'm gonna have to really work on being more concise and getting my message out and conveying the message within. I really want to say 30 minutes. It probably should be 15, but definitely within the hour. Because if they're listening at 2 times speed, then that's 30 minutes. So yeah, within the hour, definitely. So I'm gonna work on that. Right. But I know you guys enjoy the long streams. Especially those of you that are at work. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. So yeah, I'll stay with the 2 hour ish streams as much as I can. Y'all know Mr. Z, life is lifing, so you never know. Reckless streams. Don't put it in the comments. But like I said, we'll work on that, right? I'm trying to get at least the important part of the message out within the first hour, and then we'll see where we go from there, right? If I gotta reiterate things or freestyle and whatnot. So yeah. So on that note, everyone. Exactly, Vince. This is my point, and this is exactly my point. And Vince is they gonna be like TLDR, too long didn't read. Yeah, TLDR. Exactly. For those of you that don't know, TLDR, too long didn't read. So yeah, exactly. So Leon said we need that 8 hour stream. I know it's been a few weeks since I pulled one of those. Well, actually, no, the last stream it got close. The Saturday stream got close. The Saturday stream got close to that, right? I didn't realize that until towards the end, actually. But yeah, the Saturday stream got close to that. But yeah, I know I haven't done one of those in a while. Those are going to start being a bit more rare because life is lifing, and there's certain I can't maneuver the same way exactly anymore. So yeah, y'all already know. This is what I'll be saying. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? Because gotta maneuver a little differently now. So yeah, that's why I try to move different. Let's just say I'm moving different now. So the 8 hour streams might be a little bit rare. I might have to reserve that for particular days where I know I could pull it. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, because yeah, that part. Yeah. Revelon said it was 7 hours plus. Yeah, that Saturday stream. Else says, as long as we can keep our 9 hour Saturday service. Look, that's what I'm saying. Like that was a particular window I could pull that, right? I'm looking to see if I could still maybe do that. But if y'all get what Z is saying, y'all get what Z is saying. Mr. Z ain't going to incriminate himself, but I gotta move different because certain things changed. And so I may not be able to do that exactly like that consistently as much as I used to. So we'll see, but yeah, I don't know. Exactly, Mr. Shirty. I know. But I'm saying that's we'll see, right? We'll see. I'm gonna still keep on streaming on those days. But how long those streams go is that's up to circumstance. That's up to what we got going, right? So yeah. All right, y'all. Yeah. You see what I'm saying, Els? Yeah. That is about what we got going. Right. So, all right. On that note, as Leon said, stop whole plating, stop 304 plating. But all right. So on that note, we will pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Yeah, go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Mr. Z got things to do because clearly I'm gonna put in the comments. And yeah, y'all. So y'all go have a great rest of y'all day. Go check out the Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.